What is up, ladies and gentlemen? I am completely pissed. I was going to write a script for this video. Why am I still getting paid?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Scarcer. So from now on, I'm going to report the news. Let's go inside the stories.
Expose, 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 expose. You're exposed. You're exposed. You are exposed. Expose, 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 expose. You are exposed, sir. I'm going to expose you. Expose you. Oh my God, expose you. Expose, 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 expose. It's time for some exposure. Some exposure. Some exposure. Expose. Expose myself to you. To you. To you. E-X-P-O-S-E. Expose. 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 Exposed. Exposed. Aren't those beautiful birds? Listen to those birds. Listen to them. Listen to those beautiful, beautiful birds. Ah. Beautiful, beautiful birds. Thank you, birds. Some asshole stole my catalytic converter the other night. Wake up to work, turn on my car, and it sounded like it's for, well, it was because they are back ordered, almost lost job. What the fuck? Better yet, how did you lose your job when you got it stolen? It's not your fucking fault. I'm sorry, man. That's some shit. That's some real shit. Also, on a, I guess, congratulations, you're the Super Chat Cherry Popper, I guess. So I want to give a shout out first to everyone here who has been understanding. You found out what's going on with my editor. You found it. And like I said in the video and making that important announcement, is that this is the time of year where it all slows down anyway. There is no news. There's nothing. I mean, I have some, like I'm doing that Wii U unboxing of a brand new Wii U. Don't ask me how much it cost because my ass is still hurting from that. I got the 1X Player Mini in my hands, which that'll be reviewed sometime next week. But, you know, I mean, I already kind of said that I already told my editor before he was having issues that we were going to take off pretty much from like the 23rd till almost the end of the year anyway, minus me live streaming, because it's dead this time. There's not anything really going on. So it's funny though. It shows me I never really have given a shit in terms of like people get pissed off. Oh, you're falling off. You haven't made 67 videos in 2 days. But I see why a lot of people freak the fuck out, because this platform is so fucking flooded. Content creation, there is so much of it out there that people will forget about you in a second.
It's very rare, and there are exceptions. JonTron is a perfect example. There are exceptions where people could go for fucking months without uploading, and then they'll be fine. But that's the exception, not the rule. But I'm gonna not that I'm gonna go for months without uploading. I would lose my mind just from a mental perspective. It's not even about the money, but I'm gonna start uploading bigger shit, not like from my ass. Kind of like Cold Fusion-esque videos will occasionally come. You know, so, and I don't let that get to me. Like, look, man, if here's the thing, like, oh, I'm gonna unsubscribe. You're not uploading. Some people are like, you're falling off and just live streaming. I'm like, what? I just did the Ionia video. I just, you know, but that's how it is, man. And a lot of, you know, there's a lot of people now, even in their early 20s and younger, who YouTube has been, they're just used to people uploading day in and day out. So it's like, wait, you didn't upload for 3 days? Are you retiring? Wait, what? It's 3 days, you know? But that's just how it is, man. And people are used to it now. And the problem, so here's what happens too, is it snowballs as well. And I see the other super chats came in. Yes, SSSniperWolf does have a vagina. So now you have a whole bunch of creators out there that are, oh my God, my audience is getting pissed. I haven't uploaded, I haven't uploaded in 2 days. I'm like, dude, you haven't uploaded in 2 days. What's the big fucking deal? Maybe that's my fault with maybe that's part of the reason why I haven't hit 1 million subs yet on my channel. I don't give a shit about that, at least to the degree anyway, I should say. Maybe be fully transparent that other people do, where it's like, I see people go into panic if they haven't uploaded in 48 hours. It's like, it's not, whatever. You know, it's not that big a fucking deal. But people are used to it, man. And gaming news at this point is just, it's beyond too flooded. It's been too flooded for a while, so I have to branch out and do some other shit. I've half-hearted said this before, but I'm a little more confident this time in doing it. Because, not a little, lot more. Because I have this channel for live streams. And if anyone wants to know why I moved to a secondary channel for live streams, the negative reaction, oh my God, who wants to see this on my feed? Like, you could just glance over it. You could just not. There's plenty times where there's people I'm sub to that they do a live stream or something. I just don't watch it. But that's how people are. And that's why I'm very thankful, among other reasons, that I have a secondary channel. Because there's people who just, if there's anything in their feed that they don't even want to remotely see, they are gone. And why? Because there's so much content on this platform. In every genre, it's so flooded that if one person even gives you a minor inconvenience, there's a billion other people that they could choose from. It's rough in these streets, son. So Brandon, thank you for becoming a member, if I could talk today. Modern Warfare 20 is better than Vanguard and Cold War. I'm sorry, it looks better and plays better. The maps aren't turd brown. I like Vanguard. I felt like Cold War was a decent step fucking back, without a doubt. Holy shit, we're at over 600 people already. I guess so T-Joe, I got you. And yes, the U7G, that's still in my living room, man. I got the 65-inch, or is that 50? I'm not even sure, but I reviewed that one. That's in my living room. And the UHE they sent me is in my bedroom. Love them both. They're great TVs. There was another person, too, that went to boot camp, Jackson. He was a big supporter, and I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm glad to see you're back, man. Thank you. I hope everything went well for you. I love the freaking birds. You know, I love these streams too, because it's kind of like I could do whatever the fuck I want to here. I want to talk about Lindsay Ellis and SSSniperWolf. I could do that here. I want to talk about, I want to play a game. I could do that here. I want to just shoot the shit and answer questions. I could do basically, to a degree, whatever the fuck I want. Yeah, I don't mind if videos don't come out as long as there is communication. Oh yeah, I made a whole video announcing that, you know, my editor was having a health issue, and I explained that we were going to take a break anyway there. You know? So, I mean, if people didn't see the video, I understand. I didn't put up a post, like a physical text post. So maybe I should have done that. But, you know, but I think I communicated. That video is over 100,000 views. There's a decent amount of people who found out what I was talking about. I've come to ask a middle-aged man question while I stare at birds. There are plenty of birds here for you to stare at, sir. Tell them you are retiring and moving into the fart jarring biz. Dude, that girl was hot, though. Farts aside, she was, like, good looking. Men, birds. Rich, it's so fucking true, though. Rich, birds, men, birds. Should make that into a song. I know that's an intro from one of my videos, Black Iron Motor Judas. Dude, it's a glass sword, though, man. It really fucking feels like that, dude. It feels like... It's like, wow, you didn't upload for a day. Is he dead? Like, it's like, wait, what? It's a fucking day. It's a fucking... Now, if I'm going for a week and didn't say anything, but I said something, and I even... Didn't I upload yesterday? Or whatever. It hasn't been that long. I uploaded a couple videos. What up, homie? Hope you had a good Christmas and a happy New Year. Yeah, my kids are going to be here New Year's. You know what I got my kids too, by the way? I was going to get them the Pac-Man 1-Up arcade. I know RGT is going to get a boner over this, but I was like, no. They're going to want to play at the same time, and they're going to end up beating the crap at each other, and I'm going to put them in timeouts every 10 seconds. I'm like, I'm going to get them the Turtles arcade. So... that's coming, so they'll be able to play with that New Year's Eve. We got Nebezi. Thank you for becoming a member. What up, homie? Hope you had a good Christmas and a happy New Year. Same to you. I hope you did too as well. I think I already was answering that question with the 1-Up arcade. Your thoughts on the CDC reducing COVID-19 quarantine from 10 to 5 days. I don't have a say in that. Here's why. I haven't looked into it. I have to find research and see if it is awful or if what it was based on. So, Nebezi, thank you for, man, a couple members already tonight. It's already at 750 people. Maybe I should, I've been saying this for ages too. Maybe I should schedule streams more fucking often like an asshole. Not like an asshole. Yeah. JonTron, that's why I bring him up, because he's the perfect example of an exception, like where he, and that, you know what, man, that's the kind of content I eventually want to make, man. I want to make content where it's like, it doesn't matter how dated it is. It doesn't matter. Like, I know the Atari VCS video is going to kind of fall. Not that I'm saying I'm going to get JonTron views. I'm not stupid, but, you know, kind of like, I thought that video was going to be a dud. Now it's teetering on almost 100,000 views. The Xbox 360 new in-box video. I have a feeling the Wii U video is going to, like, that's the kind of shit I want to do, man. Not saying I'm going to go away. There's plenty of news I'm genuinely interested in talking about. But I don't want to feel obligated to, you got the, I looked at the Mortal Kombat 2 cabinet, Jeffrey. But I was like, this is for my kids. I can't get that. Like, I'm not going to have my 5-year-old decapitating people as Sub-Zero. Is that Sub-Zero? Yes, it's Sub-Zero. Six, wash your balls. Rich has a shirt on and hasn't farted. He must be ready to retire. Hasn't cracked the seltzer or gone to the toilet. Rich is done. Carlos takes over. And yes, you can get 6 wash your balls, of course. As a matter of fact, you're going to get a wash your ballsception. And a sprinkle of... Hey, Rich, UK viewer, love your stream, good content. Thank you very much, man. And I love the fucking support here, too. And you know what? And I don't want it to. That's, as I say this is just... What's nice about having this channel and to see that my streams do as well as they do is that if ReviewTechUSA, which it's not doing, I still average like 3 million to 4 million views a month with for a business of 2 people. You know, it's my editor and I. That's fine. That's plenty. You know, I didn't do the stupid thing like I've seen with other channels, and we've talked about this before, where people get one good month and they hire like all the staff of Microsoft. It's like, what are you doing? I know how much you're making. For like a person or 2, good money. For 30 people, you're going to be on the fucking street. And I think that's another reason why I mean, it annoys me when people say it, I'll be honest with you, because it's like, dude, I'm my editor is sick, I have kids, and I'm human. I can't upload as much as you want me to. You know, but I'd also, the flip side, I don't lose sleep. Minus being annoyed that I think some people feel entitled, I don't care, because I don't have like 20 people on my staff. You know, JonTron is a man with the bird. I forgot about that. Technically, in a way, without even realizing it, I'm ripping off JonTron. Davey Hogan, no bullshit. Do birds have balls? Yes. Who said that? Man's Vampire Rockstar coming through with the truth. Manscaped should sponsor DSP. I'm not even kidding. That actually probably that would be a really good sponsorship. I'm not even being funny. Like, Phil, if you're watching this, I'm not saying this to gaslight or be facetious. They probably would sponsor you too. Hey, Rich, just tuning in. What's the deal with Lindsay Ellis? Mind catching me up real quick? She took down. We're gonna find out. Like, cause I purposely didn't. Like, I got something. We're gonna watch the drama alert. Then we're gonna read an article about Sniper Wolf. Then we're gonna read what I have about Lindsay. It sucks too, because I remember going to that guy with the glasses specifically to watch her stuff. You know, like, I thought she was on point. You know what I mean? Anyway, I think we're just a tad beyond 500 people. We're at 850, so I probably should have shut the fuck up like 20 minutes ago, but I am a man on the internet with a small penis, birds. Very small. So I'm excited because I think my kids will have fun with that arcade. My other son, Snugs, or Michael, I call him Snugs. He was like, I want Pac-Man. I'm like, but I want to get you, I prefer to get you Pac-Man, but I know you're going to fight. I mean, they're probably going to fight anyway. They're kids, but at least they all could play, you know? So it'll mitigate some of the fighting. So let's get right into his beard. Sure, wow, it's loud. Someone said DSP with Raycon. Now, Raycon I couldn't picture. I actually genuinely could picture Manscaped sponsoring him. But could you just imagine DSP, like, he puts in his... Where are my Raycons at? I just had them here. Where the hell they go? I used them and... Better not have lost them. You know, here they are. Imagine he's just like... You know he would be, like, overacting. I need bird overload. Blame that gamer. New scheduling streams is like man discovering. It is true, because, dude, I have easily almost double the viewership here. I'm sure the topic is part of it too, but anyway, DSP putting in Raycons. I use my Raycons every day. Oh man, I guess I'm going for a walk now because I'm DSP. Academy Award winning acting. Oh, Project 7. I am gonna put this in my ear. Watch your balls. Oh, I'm walking down. Look how comfortable I am walking down the street. I am DSP. Wash your balls. Like, you know, that's how he would do it.
action. I'm your host.
Glad to see how retired Keemstar is, by the way. He's not gonna fucking retire. I could have told you that. He's not gonna retire. Is that chewed gum on the top lid of his yes, that is. That is chewed gum on the top lid of his coffee. Let's give him a bird.
Killer Keemstar, let's get right into the news.
Very retired, 11 out of 10 retirement.
SniperWolf is
Oh goddamn. Anyway, let's continue. Okay. Oh shit.
in big trouble. She did something absolutely disgusting, ghosting a terminally ill 10-year-old.
Now, keep in mind, we're not just watching Keemstar's video. I want to know the whole story. Not saying he's not giving the whole story. He very may well be. But I saw her refuting with him what happened. So we'll find out both sides.
With cancer. That's right. We broke this story on Twitter last night. It went absolutely viral. We got the full story for you later in the programming. But first, let's jump right into it. Trisha Paytas.
Trisha Paytas. All right, we'll watch it. Whatever. I need to know logistics, though. Was like, we'll find out, I guess. Was this kid in I know I'm asking questions that will be answered. I'm aware of that. But was this kid like in another country? Is there any, like, there's a lot of, let's find this all out. You know, if the kid was like next door to her and she was like, yeah, fuck off, that's pretty terrible. But
Has come out saying that she is now a witch. Roll it.
I'm not good.
I don't know either. Also, guys, I'm becoming a Wiccan, so stay tuned for that.
does anyone believe like anything that comes out of Trisha Paytas' mouth? Like, if you are that stupid, I am sorry. Like, look, I'm all about making that money. Don't get it twisted, and I've never been opaque about that on here. But I don't think she does anything unless she knows it's going to garner viewership. Maybe that's where maybe. All right, I am going to become a Wiccan tomorrow and shove birds up my ass.
I'm gonna get my purity candle. I'm excited. They came into my life, and I feel like it's my calling.
I'm sure she believes that. All right, glad Trisha Paytas is in here. She's entertaining me. Just like it's my calling to go downstairs. I actually didn't. I had cauliflower crusted chicken, which is actually a hell of a lot better than you think. To go eat a piece of pizza with meatballs and pepperoni on it. It is not your calling, just like that is not. The ill kid lives in Master, but the video will tell you more. All right, let's find out. His beard is on his beard literally and metaphorically is on point today from Mr. Daniel Keem. His name definitely is. His last name is not Keem. There's no way. He's Italian just like me, man.
So, watch out, pagan community. I'm coming for you.
I can't. Trisha apparently was Roman Catholic.
That was news? That was about it as... Man, I want to be to the point where me talking about my bowel movements gets me on a news show. All right, she's Wiccan. Whoop-de-fucking-do. I once met Liz. So lives in Massachusetts. So we'll find out more. Frosty Kid. I think I answered you, but hey, review answer you twice, USA. I absolutely love your DSP impression. That doesn't actually sound anything like him, but nevertheless, that's the point. It doesn't sound like my Donald Trump does not sound like him, but it still embodies him, if that makes sense. My Donald Trump impression sucks, but it's like, yeah, that's Donald Trump. Like, I kind of sound like this DSP. Wash your balls. Like, it's not a good impression, but you know exactly where I'm going with the impression. Does that make sense? I washed my ass today, so I'm feeling a little more courageous anyway. I once met Lindsay at a con. I was 15 and she got my number and flirted with me and she tried to get me to meet up in her room. Dude, that's a huge allegation. Don't drop a bomb like that here when I can't verify anything. And how long ago was this? Was she, like, does she need to be Chris Hansen if this is true? What you're alleging? Butthead, I know I'm pretty on point with. I converted booze and Fakitha. Where's my trauma alerts exactly? Like, Techo, I'm not trying to downplay it. You know how I am with either women or men, that I say I take all allegations seriously, but you got to come with some information on that before I run with something like that. You get what I'm saying? Camelot said something about jail time. Dude, I don't know. I don't know. I don't pay attention to him. I have no idea, Tom. I don't know.
Then she switched to Judaism. Now she's a witch. I mean, you know, over the years, Trisha has been into every race, every gender, every religion. And
it's almost if she's doing it so people talk about her and she makes money from revenue. I mean, don't get it wrong. Obviously, I mean, I'm genuinely interested in this, but obviously I knew talking about both Lindsay and SSSniperWolf was going to bring viewership in, but I'm interested in this, especially because I not grew up because I was in my 20s, but I've known of and watched Lindsay Ellis, a.k.a. the Nostalgia Chick, since 2010. So I have an interest in it.
they've all been into her. Also in the news, little esport gaming news out there.
Oh boy, I don't care.
Esport journalist Jake Lucky said in the past 6 months, TSM has lost Myth, Daquan, Hams, Snipedown, Bejenzer, and the director of esport operations. What is happening? Dr. Disrespect responded by saying, "What do you mean, what is happening? Unless you're FaZe, esport orgs don't make money, period." He's got a point. FaZe up. Also in...
Do you think that Guy Beam showers with his wig on? I'm just hoping so. And I'm hoping he makes his mustache really soapy, too.
The news. KSI went home for Christmas.
Jingle belly. Oh, that picture's great.
And we know in past years, that has caused some problems. Well, it caused a problem this year, too, because he didn't get a fight.
Like, Rich, you talk about drama. I'm like, yeah, but 98% of it I don't care about. But when I do, I'll talk about it on my channel. Absolutely. No question. I don't care about this. Like, I don't care about Trisha Paytas. I don't care if tomorrow she goes and becomes a fucking monk. I don't care. I'm taking a shit and now I'm Jewish and I wear a weird hat and say Jewish things while eating Jewish-shaped food. I'm Jewish. Go fuck yourself or me. That was heartwarming, Googlefish. Thank you. Hopefully, Keemstar will be covering the fact tomorrow that you can convert it to Judaism, I believe.
With Deji. He got in a fight with Deji's dog. KSI uploaded a video titled, "How Does One Fix This?"
This is why.
Yo, that dog, as a person who has been around many dogs and has been bitten by a couple dogs, the way that dog is moving its mouth, it will bite the motherfucker out of you.
Also in the news, Logan Paul is getting some heat. That's
Well, there is a thumbnail. Okay, That is Logan Paul with a beard that he stole off of a gnome besides Keemstar. And he's staring at a Game Boy and looking like a doctor just gave him a surprise prostate check. What the fuck is going on here?
That's right. He was trending yesterday on Twitter because he made an art piece using colored Game Boys. A person is at my front door. One moment. We're back. Okay, let me show you exactly what Logan Paul did.
I thought that was part of the skit. Why would he even put that in there? Why would he show the... I thought like they were going to have some kind of joke with someone at his front door. But no, there literally was someone at his front door. I think it was Philip Burnell.
Roll.
Yeah, people are angry at this. I'm going to have a take that goes against the mob because fuck the mob. I don't think this is a big deal. There are a billion Game Boys of all the different variations that are used for parts, or they're broken, or they're going to be broken, or I don't care. This isn't go buy an analog pocket and shut the fuck up. I'm not, man. The only thing I need is porn. I ain't subbing to Trisha's OnlyFans. I know she's like putting dildos in herself and fucking on there. She says it on Twitter. Off topic, I'm just starting off building a PC that can run games at high FPS. I start low and then upgrade later at mid-range. Oh, so what kind of GPU did you get, man? Seriously, I love that shit. I have to, speaking of PCs, that Razer Tomahawk PC I have, I think it's Tomahawk or something, not turret. It's where it has a 3080 on one side and an Intel compute module on the other side. I have to, just because you're talking about PCs, I have to repaste the Nook module because it just loves going to 100, staying either in the 90s or going to 100 degrees sometimes when I play certain games. Now, I've ran a stress test on it with Paytas 64. It's actually still running now. I'm review rambling because I'm really stoned, USA. And it's stable, so the cooler is cooling the CPU, but I mean, you do see some throttling in the Paytas 64 stress test, but it is cooling it. But what I think it is that it probably has a crappy paste job, and there's not much space inside that compute module to push the air out. So I'm going to put some better paste on there, and hopefully Gamers Nexus can bring his hair over and brush it on me for better luck. So good luck with your build, man. That's probably going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass, but if doing a basic like ATX build, usually fairly easy. Minimal hiccups, but you never know. Yeah, holy shit, 1.1 thousand people. What the hell's wrong with you? Why are you watching me? I'm an asshole. I have zero business plan besides sitting in front of a mic and talking to you and hoping things work out, but welcome. The birds are glad that you're here. RTX. Oh, I thought you were saying it. Oh, yeah, I'm out of my mind right now. And you are getting Grandpa excited.
You're getting Grandpa excited.
Philip Birdnell. Imagine I had a statue of DSP on my desk. That would actually be creepy at that point, and Phil should be creeped out. It's not going to happen, though. Don't worry, Phil. I just think it's stupid. At least use broken ones. Yeah, but I don't know. Even if they are working, like there's so many of these around, man. So many of them. Is it really that big a deal? I don't know. That's just how I feel. I know it may not be popular, but fuck it. I often make tables out of old gaming consoles shirtless as well. should do segments about cheap Chinese. There's 2 GPD Win 3s on sale for $100, and I love GPD Win 3s. How are they so cheap? Send me a link. Either a DM on Twitter, my DMs are open, or an email. It doesn't matter.
Now listen, many of you are going to have different mixed reactions from this. Many of you see that as like a cool art piece. It's awesome. That would.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Don't stick your glizzy in a crazy woman, just saying, and also from from experience too. No nut is worth it, man. There's always porn. I bird with DSP said instead of chirping, he says, wash your... And I had like a button on like a Carlos and just have it say, wash your balls. One day. Hey, Rich, did you see the vid I emailed of DSP? I did not. I haven't checked that email in a few days, to be quite honest with you.
What he did with it, he's repurposing it. Other people will see it as destroying gaming history. There's a lot of people out there that like to preserve this stuff. I know the YouTube channel What's Inside, they chopped a Pac-Man arcade in half, and people lost their mind. Now, the dislikes are hidden, but from...
I would think that's a little bit more like yeesh. But... I don't know. I'm not as, like, gasping about this as a lot of people
this video had,
are.
like, 200,000 dislikes. So, look, people don't like...
Why is he yelling in my ear? Why? Aren't you fucking retired?
You destroy classic gaming stuff. They absolutely hate it. But this is what I would say. I'm a game collector, all right? I have every console, every game. If people like Logan Paul want to destroy old consoles and stuff, I'm all for it. Because my collection, the price is going up. But now, ladies and gentlemen...
That sounds like... That is the most Keemstar answer, like, you could ever think of. Basically, I already own it, fuck you, and less of it makes my shit more expensive, so fuck you, I'm Daniel Keem. I'm sorry to keep hitting the applause, I get it probably is a little annoying, but totally fucking valid there.
Gentlemen, let's get to our main story. This is very, very serious. I have never been so disgusted in my life. SSSniperWolf.
I know I said it. She had the picture. God damn, excuse me.
Ghosting a terminally ill 10-year-old with cancer. Ladies and gentlemen, this story starts out on the No Jumper podcast where Adam22...
Well, that's like... So this started off as a complete disaster by design. Pretty much, DBZ.
And his co-host surprised the terminally ill 10-year-old with a bunch of gifts.
Applause.
Basically,
yeah, I gotta
the guys over at
stop.
No Jumper were just trying to do whatever they could to make this 10-year-old's wishes come true. They gave her money, they gave her clothes, but the thing that she wanted more than anything was to meet SniperWolf. SniperWolf has always, in my opinion, been a piece of poop, okay? She's been horrible.
I know nothing about her. I know absolutely nothing, minus the fact that that dress works very well for her. She may be horrible. I have no idea. But I'm just letting you know I know nothing.
Self-centered. We all have known her for like a decade, right? But then over the last couple years, she grew an empire on YouTube, having over 30 million subscribers by being basically a reaction girl.
Yeah, I watched a couple of her just like, oh, let me see what she's doing now. Oh, I wish I didn't do that. Yeah, she's just like complete algorithm fodder at this point. Sorry, SniperWolf. You being good looking won't make me not judge you. Looks don't sway me either way.
She just reacts to other videos, but young kids love this stuff.
I know, because my kids already watch this shit, and it makes me want to fucking smash my head against this bird. You're safe, though. Don't worry. No. Don't ever talk to me like that again. Thank you. It is hilarious, but when I'm more stoned, I seem more like willing to keep pressing the button. Kind of like if you put a monkey in like a test facility and like, let's see how many times he presses the button. I'm the monkey, except larger and with a beard.
And so this 10-year-old was telling Adam 22, my dream is to meet SniperWolf, and he makes a promise to her that he's going to try to make it happen. Watch this. Roll it.
Thank you for coming. I worked on the SniperWolf thing for you.
That's crazy.
I'm going to try to get in touch with her. I know some people who know her, so hopefully we can make it.
There is another lesson here. Could you play, whether, it doesn't matter who it is, SSSniperWolf, anybody, don't look up to your, and hopefully if you're younger and you see this, don't idolize anybody, man. You could be influenced by people. Like I said, I'm heavily influenced by Cold Fusion with like the bigger kind of videos I'm going to do in 2022. You could have people influence you and inspire you, but don't look up to another human being, no matter how good looking they are, no matter how successful or not, whatever. Don't look up to them as a deity, because they're not. And you'll always be disappointed. Yeah, never meet your heroes is the proper saying.
Wait, really?
So after this, Adam22 is in a group chat with a bunch of big YouTubers, and he's asking all of us how to get in contact with SniperWolf. And I warn Adam22, I'm like, SniperWolf is a piece of poo. Good luck with that. Anyhow, Adam makes it happen. He gets in contact with SniperWolf and has SniperWolf contact the mother. SniperWolf messages the mother on Instagram saying, hello, I would love to send her a video message or a chat with her. The mom, so excited and so happy, says, oh my God, hi. She would love to talk to you however we can. Thank you, thank you. SniperWolf says, hi, I'd love to tomorrow if that's okay. The mom says, if it doesn't disturb your Christmas, yes, please. SniperWolf says, sure, and if not tomorrow, then Sunday. The mom says, okay, perfect, thank you so much. Just message us when you're ready. Now, at this point, nothing seems too off or bad. I mean, I guess the only criticism I would have is the girl could
I idolize the birds too.
pass away.
Yeah, posting vids for charity for views isn't... I gotta know the full context. Is this something? I don't know.
At any moment. Like, SniperWolf should speed things up. I mean, it takes 5 minutes to just call her, but we'll move on. The mom pings SniperWolf saying, perfect, just let us know. Hello, let us know if today works. If not, tomorrow is good, but we can maybe like set up a time. SniperWolf responds, hello, I kind of like 2 hours if that works. The mom says, no, it's 11 p.m. over here on this side. We live in Massachusetts. Her daughter won't be awake at that time. SniperWolf responds, oh, okay, tomorrow. Does any time during the day work? The mom
Beautiful
responds,
birds.
yes. Okay, still nothing too terrible there, but I guess my criticism is you're sitting there messaging back and forth. Why not just call her? It takes 5 minutes to get on FaceTime and call the fan.
Okay, so let's be objective there. Who knows what SSSniperWolf was doing? You know, maybe she was at a... stupid example, but it is true. Maybe she was at a nudist beach convention. Who knows? Like, I'm not being serious, but she may have been like, maybe someone was driving and she was in the like. It just okay, you know.
Okay, now here's
Not guilty yet. Let's continue though, Daniel. Glad your retirement is going excellent.
where things start getting ugly. During the time that the mom and SniperWolf are talking back and forth, there are other fans still trying to get SniperWolf to reach out to this 10-year-old girl. So the mother posts a picture of the DM saying, hey guys, look, me and SniperWolf are in contact. You can stop spamming SniperWolf, right? SniperWolf reacts by saying, hi, please don't post messages. I don't usually do this, and I don't want other people to spam me to video message. Thanks. Wow.
Hold
do
on.
this, and I are in
Wait.
contact. You can stop spamming SniperWolf or talking back and forth. There are other fans still trying to get SniperWolf to reach out to this 10-year-old girl. So the mother post a picture of the DM saying, hey guys, look, me and Sniper Wolf are in contact. You can stop spamming Sniper Wolf, right? Sniper Wolf reacts by saying, hi, please don't post messages. I don't usually do this, and I don't want other people to spam me to video message. Thanks. Wow. What? Is she not basically saying, like, I don't want to keep talking to terminally ill fans? Like, delete that post.
I don't know, man. The people made this sound a lot more damning. No. What? Now, look, how she's kind of stringing the mom along and this poor little girl along, annoying. And I'm not condoning that. I mean, probably she could, if she was on a device on the flip side with Keemstar, she could have done, okay, someone's driving you. FaceTime them then. But again, we don't know exactly what was going on there. But I am a billion times less relevant than SSSniperWolf. And look when I'm gaming how many notifications I get that I have to turn off notifications. And I'm an irrelevant shit. So I know that I'm going to keep watching. Maybe there's another nuke. But so far, I get what she's doing as of now. Let's continue.
Like, what? Anyhow, the mom responds, okay, I'm sorry. I deleted it. I didn't know. I'm sorry. So yeah, things are getting bad, but they're about to get worse. Because then Sniper Wolf says, hey, sorry I didn't have time today. I'll let you know tomorrow. Merry Christmas. What? This 10-year-old can pass away at any time. Why is she putting this off? The mom then follows up saying, hey, her daughter is up. If you're around. She responds, hey, sorry, I won't be home for 2 hours. Might be too late. We could just keep trying, but my days are usually very busy. What? Just call her! Just FaceTime her! 5 minutes of your life, Sniper Wolf. What?
Yeah, it's getting a little ridiculous at this point. It's getting a little, like, all right, now once or twice they had to contact, maybe Sniper Wolf was busy, you know, and couldn't actually, but like this is like, what is this, 6 times now? I kind of get, I will, again, on Sniper Wolf's side, I can kind of get why are you putting out the PDMs? That's just, no. But no, at this point, yeah, she lost me. It's over. Bye. I'm not there. I'm like, nah, you're gone. I'm proud of my 10-year-old becoming a man when seeing how bothered he is that. Not sure what you, yeah.
What?
Don't worry about if any of these women are single or not.
Why do you keep putting this off? Terminally ill. She could pass away at any moment. Now at this stage, the mom has had enough. She goes off on Sniper Wolf saying, you know, my daughter looks up to you. She loves you. Watched you her whole cancer treatment the past year. It would have been nice for you to just say hi. It's okay. She's dying and literally has days to live. I just tried to make my daughter's last wishes happen. You shouldn't have even reached out because then I could have just told my daughter we tried. I told her you messaged and told her that you wanted to say hi, and instead you blew off a dying 10-year-old girl for days. It's all good. Wow.
Yeah. Oh, this is, yeah, all right. Ooh.
Then Sniper Wolf responds to the moms.
I know it's not going to be. I tried to be objective, SSSniperWolf. I tried.
Saying, no need to be rude. I said I would do it. It's Christmas, and my family is visiting from out of town. The mom responded by saying, we're good, and blocked Sniper Wolf. Yeah, so I'm editing the video right now, and I forgot this other part of this. She was literally, like, out eating cake, right? While she was
Oh, God, oh, fucking mighty in heaven. Oh.
ghosting this 10-year-old. Unbelievable. So Adam22's calling me, telling me this story, and I'm in disbelief. I'm like, give me screenshots between the mom and SniperWolf. And so the mom sent them to Adam, and Adam sent them to me, and, you know, I got all the information, and I couldn't believe what I was reading. So I took to Twitter, making a Twitter video explaining the situation, and went,
Rich never called back. Stevie! Oh, god damn. God damn. Okay. It's still going, though. It's still going.
Went absolutely viral, over 200,000 views on Twitter. Then SniperWolf responds to me saying, I told her multiple times that I would love to chat her daughter, but we couldn't find a time that worked. My family is visiting, and I got sick, and I haven't had time.
No. Man, oh man, my burp stinks. That cauliflower chicken is doing nicely in there. No, you kept on pushing it off. You weren't making it like you were available. Quick summary, just join the stream. SSSniperWolf is a cold, callous bitch. That is all. I mean, unless she has some evidence to refute this, but the receipts all seem to be here.
Hadn't had time. You've been messaging back and forth this whole. What are you saying? And by the way, I'd like to point out, SniperWolf is the one that set a time.
Yeah, even as a fat man, I could have pushed the cake aside to have a dying fan FaceTime me. You know. I could miss a couple bites of the fucking cake. Yeah, his face next to her just summarizes this whole thing.
On Christmas, David on Twitter said why? Because she committed herself to it, so she should honor it. Imagine if John Cena couldn't be bothered to go to a Make-A-Wish. SniperWolf responds, are you dumb? I said I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I never ghosted. I'm trying to find a time that worked, and she blocked me. I don't even have all the tweets, but SniperWolf just kept tweeting and kept tweeting. This entire time she was trying to defend herself.
Well, of course she's going to try to fucking... she's going to try to damage control this because it's damaging. It's not like it's just a fan that wanted to say hello or play on it. It's like the kid is dying. You're pushing it off, and basically you just blew them off. And there's evidence of you doing it because you're just sitting there multiple times talking to the mom where you could have easily FaceTime, and there's pictures of you on social media out eating probably really expensive cake.
She could have just called the 10-year-old girl and spent 5 minutes on the phone with her. I don't want anyone to forget this story. So please, as a favor to me, if you're a fan of this show, spread this video, share this video, post it on the internet, post it to a friend, share it with someone, get the word out. I want everyone to know that this took place. This woman, SniperWolf, has been so blessed by reacting to other people's content. She makes millions of dollars, has millions of fans.
Can I just react to other people's content and get millions of views and billions of oh yes, oh wait, I'm not attractive. Damn it. SniperWolf's been ghosting me for years. I feel you, kid.
That apparently she doesn't care about at all. And I want everyone to know. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the news today, guys. If you
But is the gum actually going to co-host now? Keemstar, is the gum on your coffee going to co-host? Leave your thoughts in the comment section below, sir.
enjoyed this video, slap a like on it. You know, as soon as I get the scoop, I'm going to keep you in the loop.
That was like the most boomer ending line fucking ever. All right, so let's find some. I had an article on Lindsay Ellis. Let's do an article. I feel like being more interactive. Let me get that article. Holy crap, I am stoned right now. Hopefully I can read the article. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm just a man on the internet. Where is... How do I get so much email in this email now? That never was that way. Never was that goddamn way. There we go. Here we go. Alright, so this is from The Sun on Lindsay Ellis. Breaking Wolf, Sniper Wolf is a vagina. Vaginas. I can't believe I put that line in there from many years ago, huh? All right, so we'll watch this video, read the article on her, so we can figure out what the fuck is really happening.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, the screen is frozen.
I want my daughter Riley to know our ancestors and how important it is to know who you are, to know where you came from.
I want this to work in full screen.
It's like opening a whole nother world.
Wasn't she considered like the gaming creator of the year by like the Game Awards in like the past couple years? This is just like fucking seriously. Oh, you can't, man. You can't make this shit up. Well, yeah, she'll get around to it eventually. Yeah. I mean, I could see, dude, I've like, because I suck with time management, have ghosted people, I'll admit, but not like, never anything like that. I would never ghost a kid. Oh, hey, Rich, I'm a fan of you, or my son's a fan of yours. He may have like 10 days to live. Yeah, eventually. Nah. I mean, I suck with time management, but that's like next level lacking self-awareness or responsibility. Yes. Yeah, she's gonna rot in prison, deservedly so.
We did not know existed.
You finally have a face to a name.
When you give the gift of answers,
Gotta watch this. It's like Adception.
Ladies and boomers of the jury, here you go. Canceling is a public shaming of a member of a community for some violation of that community's standards.
Oh, it's just her explaining what it is. All right, anyway. Her fans claim she's been harassed to her breaking point. Dismissed. Yeah, we're going to talk about this, and then yes. Lindsay Ellis, 37, is a YouTuber and best-selling author who quit Twitter and YouTube in December 2021 due to online harassment. She has over 1 million subscribers on her YouTube channel, which is now gone, where she posts video essays and film reviews. Lindsay was born. I could smell the chicken. Where she posts video essays and film reviews. Yeah, you kind of missed the whole thing where she was first discovered on that guy with the glasses, was on there for years. Yeah, but besides all that, let's just go to chapter 11. Excellent article. She started a career in 2000 as part of Channel... Okay, maybe... Never mind. As part of Channel Awesome production company under the name Nostalgia Chick. Yep. In 2014, Ellis quit Channel Awesome to focus on creating long-form video essays as well as on her writing. And plus, the writing was on the wall for Channel Awesome as well. On her YouTube channel, Ellis frequently makes videos about Walt Disney Picture films as well as long-running series about the Transformers films and video essays about the film industry. According to Ellis, her favorite topics are things that are deeply flawed but have this really interesting potential. She published her sci-fi debut novel, Axiom's End, in July 2020, and it quickly became a New York Times bestseller. Yeah, Lindsay is fine. Financially, anyway. If you're wondering why she could just go, poof, vamoose, son of a bitch, because she has them 7 zeros or possibly 8 zeros in the bank account. Not saying she wasn't truly under emotional stress, but she was like, yo, I got that fuck you close to Jay-Z money. Since I made a reference to him before, don't need to do this anymore. I'm gone. I had a New York Times bestseller book. I was wildly successful on YouTube. I was pretty damn successful even on Channel Awesome, aka that guy with the glasses. I got my millions. I won the capitalist game. I don't feel like dealing with motherfuckers anymore. There's the story. Excuse me. Then you wonder why I have to drink and piss so much. I'm on a fucking soapbox with birds for hours upon hours on end. Fuck birds. Oh, why am I hitting the play button when there's nothing? Anyway, excuse me. In early 2020, Ellis started the podcast Musicals. I didn't even know she had a podcast where she discussed musicals with her co-host, director, and illustrator Kaveh Tahirian. Throughout her career, the star has been targeted by online harassment, which led to her retirement from YouTube and Twitter in December 2021. You're making it like that was like 6 months ago, and it just fucking happened. On December 28, 2020, Lindsay Ellis announced on Twitter that she's quitting her career as a content. Is that tab there? Or did she actually shut this down too? Oh, she limited him. Okay. Career. She shared a Patreon blog post titled "Walking Away from Omelis," breaking the news to her fans. According to her file, her decision came after she was harassed to her breaking point for an old tweet where she just said Disney's Raya and The Last Dragon was very similar to Avatar: The Last Airbender. I haven't watched either film, so this is a uber hot take. Is that really racist? I don't know. Maybe if I watched both the films, I would agree. I don't know. It just sounds like something to just find a way to get exhaustedly angry over because you're just looking for something to be angry over. But okay. The tweet, which has since been deleted, was posted on March 26, 2021, and was quickly followed by another where Lindsay explained she didn't mean to imply that all Asian-inspired properties are the same, which I'm sure that she genuinely didn't. But people have to look at everything from a fucking perspective where everything is cancelable. Want to know why I can't bring back Sexy Coco? I'm not racist. But if I brought back that character, what do you think would happen? And people would lose their fucking minds in 2021. Granted, I'm nowhere near as relevant as she is either, but it's still, people, they would freak out. Absolutely lose their shit. Anyway, where is the two deleted tweets which triggered a mob of online trolls because, again, people have nothing else better to do. Pudgy Panda, thank you for becoming a member. Where on YouTube? She's locked, at least on Twitter. It says you can't see the tweets. Only selected people could see the tweets or whatever. Which is based on traditional Asian cultures. After seeing the film, Lindsay tweeted, "Also watch Raya and the Last Dragon. I think we need to come up with a name for this genre that is basically Avatar Redux. It's like half a fantasy published in the last few years. Anyway, this triggered a wave of criticism, with people claiming her tweet implied Avatar was a starting point of stories inspired by Eastern." Howard Stern is a lucky motherfucker in a way, because if he was just coming up now, he would be pummeled into a fine paste and would never have gotten where he is now. Raise my mic volume? My mic volume is fucking perfect, bro. If I raise it, it's going to get too hot. And I'm looking at the meters. She immediately shared it. So, of course, it triggered a wave of criticism because people are offended by shit that I didn't even know it was possible to be offended by. Which now people are going to say I'm racist for saying that, even though I'm fun. Even though, on the flip side, I was on a list of American traitors because I said that I support Black Lives Matter. Remember that? I don't win either way. I'm like, oh, Rich is a racist piece of shit. No, I'm not. It's like either side despises me, so I'm just going to be me. One day it was the last video we would ever see Sexy Coke in. Yeah, well, for now. Maybe one day he could come back, dude. But if I brought him back now, people would lose their fucking shit. And the character was not derived from fucking racism. Was not. Was not what I was implying. Was not what the inception was for. But because if you didn't see I would never do blackface ever. But I'm saying it was just video game play, and I was playing a black character. Can't do that. That's a no-no. So, has to go in the drawer and stay away. I'm not racist in the slightest, but it is what it is. Like, I wouldn't care if an Asian person voiced a white character in a movie. What does it matter? I wouldn't care if a black man voiced a white man. I wouldn't care if a white man voiced a black man if the voice fit. It doesn't matter. Like, why? But everything, we went from truly being racist, like a racist dystopia, which racism is still a problem in the States. Don't twist my words. But we're looking for, but now, even though racism is still a problem, people are looking for racism like under everything. It's like, oh wait, there's a Asian character not in a animated film that isn't voiced by an Asian person, it's voiced by a white person. You racist! Even though I wouldn't care if it was a black person voicing a white person or a white person voicing a black person, so long as they fit the voice. Like, but now everything is about race. Racism is a problem. But people are putting, even though racism is a problem, they're putting racism in other places where it isn't. And that's what bothers me. Do people understand what I'm saying? Like, racism is still an issue, I assure you. But finding it in things like this is like, come on, man. Like, that's why I get angry at, like, Soulja Boy when everything, like, oh, they're not telling me why I got banned from Twitch because I'm black. I'm like, is Dr. Disrespect black? They didn't tell him. Is DSP black? They didn't tell him. They didn't tell, like, Amaranth or whatever when she got banned 1 to 8 billion fucking times. So what bothers me about that is when real racism happens, and which is a problem, and people truly are victims of racism. People always look at like what the Soulja Boys do and what idiots like this who are getting offended about Lindsay Ellis's pretty much harmless tweets. They're like, oh, what are you pulling, a Soulja Boy? Like, no, I'm not crying wolf. I'm actually a victim of racism. Not me, but you get what I'm saying. When someone is a victim of racism. But because you cried wolf, everyone thinks I'm crying wolf as well. That's why this shit bothers me. You understand? Yeah, you have to explain it because then people are going to take it. Don't tell me to calm down, Grandpa. I'll give you this.
You're getting Grandpa excited.
It's a very delicate topic that I'm very well aware I went into. It's not that Review stoned and went into dangerous territory because he's an asshole and an idiot USA. But when this frivolous stuff like this comes up, and when frivolous stuff like Soulja Boy claiming that he probably said something really or did something really stupid and got banned on Twitch. And when he wanted to cry racism when, like I just named all the, like, Guy Beam, DSP, when there's a ton of people that complain all the time that are white, that they got banned with no explanation from Twitch. Like, it just, it takes away when real racism happens. And when people are decrying the real racism, it becomes watered down because people just think like, oh, you're just making an excuse, and it's not fair to them. So it's frustrating. In a Patreon blog post announcing her retirement from social media, Lindsay said, I know now that being in the public eye at all is a losing game, and I regret all of it. It's all hollow and brittle, and there is one thing I've learned this year. It is how eminently expendable I am. We all are. Not downplaying. Not saying that I don't offer anything unique, but someone would ease. Dude, there's a billion other gaming-esque YouTube channels out there. There's a billion other channels that kind of do what I do and talk about drama and gaming news and review shit. We're all replaceable. You can't look. I think a lot of people, I don't know Lindsay, so I'm just kind of going by what she wrote right there, that maybe she was looking for. You can't look to fame and success to fill a void in you. I don't look for affirmation from my audience. If you look for that, looking for love and affirmation from being a public figure, you're always going to leave feeling empty and hollow. You know, it's... Yeah, that's why I always say this shit isn't... I mean, she did very well for herself, but, you know, if it cost her a lot emotionally, maybe it wasn't worth it to her. This shit is not for everybody, man. I'm going to kind of say the same thing Vosh said. Why can... I know I missed a couple super chats. I missed a shit ton of super chats. USA. I couldn't think of that for a second. You know, and Vosh said this too, and maybe I won't be as he kind of went to like, a lot of people are like, oh, what's the big deal? Because a lot of people see the world in their bubble. But when you have, like, why would Lindsay just quit and shuttle her stuff down? Like, you got to realize that you have a billion different fucking people being critical of you at once, who are, and it's like a step. It's like being like a public figure for content creation is even weirder, because it's not like being a celebrity, because a celebrity has this like insulating barrier mostly from their audience. They're not actually on social media. So when you're kind of like in Lindsay's position, you're like directly interacting with, and you're just seeing all the shit. And so you have a billion different people being critical of you at all times. And especially if you're not built for it, it just wears you out. So she knew her audience, so she should have seen this. Did she have like a very politically correct audience, like SJW leaning audience? I hate using that term that often, but were they there? Did she? This is speculation. I don't know her that well. Did she kind of build the Frankenstein of the audience that was eventually going to attack their master? If you understand what I'm saying, like where she did all like. She kind of cannibalized herself with going to the SJW route. I don't know. Did she? Maybe she didn't. Middle mixture of Chad Warden in there. Stupid shit like this makes it harder for us to find actual. That's what I'm saying. And it's interesting, DBZ King. Like, I wanted to make it abundantly clear that I am very well aware, and I've talked about it before, that I know there is a real problem of racism still in the United States. But when you tie in shit like this and do stuff like what Soulja Boy did, it's like you're... So when the real racism happens, when the real issues happen, people just think of, oh, you're making a big deal out of nothing. You're pulling a Soulja Boy. But they're like, no, they're not pulling a Soulja Boy. They're actually a victim of real racism. It's... Can you play some Halo 4 Auto Slayer 2 matches? I don't know about tonight, but possibly. Now these people have thrown Lindsay under the bus. Maybe she will now quit the PC facade she's put on recently and go back to being herself and being comfortable with having a sense of humor again. Did she go that route where she was super politically correct? Yeah, well, you know, happens on both the left and there's some channels I know they're on the right, which is equally as shit, that they're going to cannibalize themselves too. What's up, Dark Soul Destroyer? I had a feeling Lindsay was too sensitive for her own good, and that's the kind of audience she fostered. Yeah, that's what I think what happens too. When you foster a very, very polarized audience, eventually you're going to trip up and do something that's going to turn them against you, especially if you're one-dimensional. I don't know. I stopped watching her content years ago, but I have watched a good amount of her content, so that's why this was interesting to me. But well, that's a valid point. I get what you're saying, Bruno. The only point I make, though, and this is what I boil it down to, is that I just want to pick the right person for the job. If I end up having if I wrote an animated series that every single actor was black, whatever race the actual character was, but because they were just the best voice actors for the job, I would hire an all black cast. I would hire an all Asian cast. It's about the best person for the job. You know what I mean? So, I work in movies, and the vast majority of the jobs go to white people effortlessly. Most of the time, they don't even have to audition, and that goes for the crew as well. Even women used to be a minority when I started 15 years ago. I believe that. I absolutely believe that. But what my point is that I always just want to make sure the right person for the job is picked. You know what I mean? That's the most important thing to me. That's the best. To me, the color of your skin does not matter. I wish the whole industry worked that way. You know? I got to piss. Okay. Let me see. Is there anything else here? Is that it? Okay. That's it. All right. Let me go use the little boy's room. I'll be right back. I'll put the intro on and I'll give you some bird music. Sorry. Shut up, birds. A man had to pee. A man had to pee. I had to urinate, goddammit. Can a man... So, I don't know. Did she build up like a SJW brigade? Maybe she did. I don't know. I don't want to confirm or deny that. I haven't watched enough of her content over the years to verify. But it kind of goes all around where if you build up a very one-dimensional audience, like some men with beards who say instant regret that I won't mention. That I won't mention at all. Or like whatever. Doesn't matter if it's left or right or whatever mindset. If you build up a one-dimensional audience, eventually you're going to miss the fucking mark. Not even has to do with politics. Where you're going to miss the fucking mark and they're going to fucking eat you alive. Like, if you don't build up an audience where you tell them to be objective, to think for themselves, and you just want a bunch of yes men. I don't know if she did that. This is speculation, but I've seen it. Push Lindsay Ellis aside. I've seen it with other people. Whatever their political leaning is, they always seem to get fucked over because they made these brain-dead zombies that will even go against them. You know what I mean? It always works, and I always see it implode. Because once you've conditioned them, you've even conditioned them to when you as their dear leader don't agree, they're going to go after you. You train them to do that. Congratulations. You've won the prize. Who would win in an argument, SniperWolf or Wings? Oh, it's Wings. Come on.
Look here. Look, listen.
I'd love if he said that to her. Listen to the ferocity in this man's voice.
Look here. Look, listen.
So, Bruno, my point to you is I agree with your sentiment, and I agree that I'm sure that the numbers are there to back up what you're saying. And I'm sure that's very well the case. What I'm saying is I want to look past color. What I would do is, I would look past color and just look towards the talent. And if that talent meant that I would have a all black or all Asian cast or all whatever color cast, whatever gender cast, I could have a whole group of women even playing male characters because they were the best voices. Who gives a shit? My point is, I would pick the actor on the talent, not the skin color. Because we're all humans to me. Everyone's fucking equal. I just go by the talent and the ability. There you go. I record, you watch the vid she posted in April on getting canceled. That would be a request. I would want to see a reaction. She had a mixed audience. Where did you send the vid to? Yeah, we'll watch it. We could watch it. That's what happens with Trump now that he's pro-vax, because you just took the words that I almost didn't want to bring it up because it's just a fucking headache. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you're right. Look at even Trump with the fucking vaccine, man. He's pro-vax now. And the vaccine's tremendous. I got a tremendous booster. I took the booster in my left spray tanned ass cheek. I think I got a StreamLabs here. I think I may have missed some chats too. Recent events. Why is it? Yeah, but his voters are pissed off at him. You even have like, I'm here for lesbian gamer porn. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's what happened with Trump. He made that one-dimensional, brain dead, just like the other people I mentioned here. And Trump is like, I had Operation Warp Speed. Like I said, one needle in my left ass cheek, the booster in my right ass cheek, and then my third shot right in the hole. And now you have like Candace Owens out there like saying, oh, he's senile, he doesn't know what he's talking. No, he does know what he's talking about. You're just a shill piece of shit, Candace Owens, and you just want to push a narrative. Because that's where the money is. Oh, so now you're going to say, I thought Trump was your dear leader, Candace Owens. You fake piece of shit. I thought he was like your infallible lead. Now you're going to say he's old and senile because he's actually making sense. So, why do you want your $5 back, Florida chicken? What happened? So, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, it wouldn't surprise me she got the vaccine either. Like, I know it's all but confirmed, like Tucker Carlson got the vaccine and he pushes anti-vax shit. You know what I mean? It's just gross. Like, they're doing you're just literally pushing a lie to people just for money. I like making money, but I couldn't, I mean, I've made mistakes, but I couldn't willingly sit there and you're pushing a lie just because it makes you profit. That's not free speech, man. That's just fucking dangerous. That's just insanely dangerous. Why is this not working? I gotta check something here. Yeah, so Bruno, yeah, hopefully one day the world will be like that, man. We could just judge people like the color of their skin should be meaningless. Yeah, but we're not there, unfortunately. So that's why we need to have quotas and we need to have percentages, because we're not there. We've not evolved. Like, there's so many racist people on this fucking planet. I don't understand how people can deny that. I don't. You know? I deleted my Twitter, but still browse to keep up current events. I don't understand how people fall for grifting on either side. Yes. And what I'm saying, and again, it's not a right thing. It's not a left thing. You guys know I don't do that partisan shit. I've seen it. Like, they end up, the audience ends up eating their leader. You know what I mean? Putting them on a lynch because they train them to be that way. They train them to blindly follow and not think critically, not be objective. Just react, don't think. Just attack, don't question. Congratulations. Hopefully you made the millions before they ate you alive. And a lot of times they do, so guess the fucks they give. 0. I thought Joe Rogan would have had the vaccine, but he was not able to start an event since he is not vaxxed. Guess he's really... Wait, I thought someone said he got the J&J. Now I'm all confused and conflicted. I could have swore someone said he got the J&J. He wasn't my boss. I had to go to... Like, he was... running Blistered Thumb, so I guess like indirectly he was my boss, but if I had questions I had to go to him. So I have nothing negative or positive to say about Angry Joe. I the only judgment I can make is he wasn't entirely pleasant when I had to like have a voice chat with him. He didn't seem like a very patient guy. But you know, I don't know, maybe he was having like going through a bad time with like an ex or something. Like, who the fuck knows? What you're describing kind of reminds me of the environmental craze back in the 90s. Well, the environmental, I mean, global warming is real, or climate change. What is the proper term now? It's a real thing. It's the oil companies want you to think it's not a real thing because they want to continue to make profits for as long as possible. But yeah, when I was on that guy with the glasses, and when we went over to Blistered Thumbs, I had to Skype with Angry Joe. Kind of sounds like a talk show, doesn't it? It's time to Skype with Angry Joe. Angry Joe has gotten, well, he's been full-timing this even longer than I have. I mean, I've been on YouTube. I think it was Strictly Sega. I forgot to reply back to you on Facebook. But I had ReviewTechUSA from 2009. Or from 2008. I didn't start uploading to ReviewTechUSA until 2009. I didn't full-time YouTube until 2013. I don't know what the hell that had to do with anything, but no, climate change is real, and it's still a thing. It's so ridiculous that I don't know, man. I feel like Joe Rogan went. Here's the thing, Joe Rogan was, and the one thing I liked about Joe Rogan is he would have guests from the left and the right on, and he would truly try to be objective. And when he agreed with someone on either side, he would agree with them or he would call them out. It's like he went to fucking Texas and he got fisted by Alex Jones. They ate a steak together and he's lost his collective fucking mind. It was a good sentiment society had back, and it's honestly still an issue, but people don't care anymore because the subject became cliche from years of obnoxious righteousness on the subject. Yeah, dude, it's... we're just fucked. I know that's kind of a stone generic way to get out of it, but we are. Like, I'm like George Carlin, man. I feel that the world would be a better place without social media. Oh, without a question, because people won't be so sensitive over something small, getting political over something small, fake news, etc. But then, It sucks because then there's the other good side where social media has helped like put news out there we would never hear about. That actually is truthful, and people can report from places where there's tyrannical governments, and it's just there's so much good, and it's so yin and yang. You know what I mean? I hope the same thing doesn't happen to racism, and that's what I meant. Okay. Sent her video about her. Okay, to your Twitter. Okay. Interesting. I'll look at that right now. Did you DM it to me, or did you... Mask off. Okay. Oh.
For centuries,
that's an ad.
We've dreamed of travel to distant worlds. But changing the way we travel on Earth...
So last week,
Okay. So, yeah, let's watch this video, and maybe I'll disagree with her, and maybe she actually was truly being racist. I don't know. I just know that people overreact to stuff, so it takes a lot to convince me that someone is cancelable. And 98% of the time, I disagree. All right, so anyway, let me go to my here. I'll shrink this down. Thank you for sending the video. Holy fuck, it's an hour and 40 minutes long, but all right. We'll start it.
I was in a restaurant in North Carolina, and we were sitting at the bar, and the owner was sitting right there because they were about to close, and my mother starts talking to her, and somehow or other the owner just looks at me and she's like, well, what do you do? And, you know, I wasn't about to tell her I'm a YouTuber. So I was like, I'm a writer. I mean, I am, technically. And she's like, well, what do you do? So I told her my name, and she's like, I'm going to Google you. And I was like, okay, but I'm super canceled right now. And she, like, laughed and clearly thought I was kidding. Or maybe didn't.
Is that Snoop Dogg that she has on a candle? Like, that's fucking awesome. Yeah, dude, climate change is definitely fucking... It's like every scientist around the world agrees. Like are they all bought for what? What are they bought for? To To destroy us by having more environmentally friendly ways of transportation around the world? Like, what is the conspiracy? To have Big Brother, Big Oil keep having us drive carbon dioxide and spewing automobiles? I'm out of my mind right now. Anyway, yes, but Joe Rogan is just Gwyneth Paltrow for men. That's a fact.
Know what that meant, or knew it in some like right-wing way. And then she like Googled me and like started laughing because the first thing in the like the questions people ask is, why is Lindsay Ellis canceled? And I mean, why indeed? But before I get into this, I need to lay some groundwork. Ladies and boomers of the jury, here you go. Canceling is a public shaming of a member of a community for some violation of that community's standards by other members of that community. But the term actually originated with a 1981 song called Your Love Is Cancelled by the band Chic.
Really?
The song was inspired by a bad date guitarist Nile Richards went on at the height of the band's success, wherein his date behaved in a way that he felt was presumptuous and unacceptable, which really turned him off.
Your love is canceled. No, your love is canceled.
So basically, it was inspired by this idea: any potential future we might have had, any potential love that might have developed, canceled. The song was not a hit at the time, but it stuck around, and over the decades, the term, as used in the song, started appearing in other pieces of art and music.
Ha! Wooden Lydia, call an alligator, that's a detective. An investigator! I love birds. birds, birds. 2 birds. Beautiful birds. Beautiful birds. Real handsome birds. They laid out turds. These luscious birds. They let out turds. They are my birds. Beautiful birds. They are birds. I have no fucking idea.
Including in songs by rappers like 50 Cent and Lil Wayne, until eventually gaining popularity in the vernacular of Black Twitter. In this original vernacular use, declaring someone or something canceled was not really an attempt to instigate a boycott or hold someone to account, but more of a personal decision, not unlike Chic's original song, canceling them in the television of your mind. So to cancel someone wasn't a call to deplatform, it was more just saying, you stepped out of line, so...
This is real deep. I don't know if I can handle this shit. Like, what is the meat and potatoes of this? Like, we're just at the fucking part. We're not even at the appetizer yet. And I'm full. I ate some chicken tonight. Like... My ADHD can't handle this shit, man. Like, this is a long shit. When Rich sings the bird song. Yeah, let's do another Xbox documentary. I'm too stupid for this. I mean, she's gorgeous, but I'm too stupid for this. This is dude, it's 2 hours. Like, if I start a stream, we'll do this. We're almost 2 hours in. I'm not saying I'm stopping anytime soon, but I'd rather, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, let's watch part 2 of the Xbox documentary. Let's do that. Skip to chapter 2. Twitter is garbage. Valid criticism. Yeah, we need that. That is like a tale of two. That is like a tale of two. I can't talk. Tale of two cities. Almost sound like I said tale of two titties. Yeah, let's get the Xbox documentary up there.
Another video saying that he does it.
All right. Xbox. All right, so here we go.
He's gonna try to figure out a business.
Xbox horse. All right, where is the playlist? Power on the story of Xbox.
That doesn't work out well.
All right, so there we go. The Valentine's Day Massacre. Frosty Kid, thank you for the wiener. It's always good to have some hot dog. Right, birds? That's what I always say. Thank you. Joe Rogan, I'm still laughing at that. Joe Rogan is just going with Poncho for Men. I'm going to applause again because that's true and it's very good.
The idea that Microsoft could ever compete with Sony or Nintendo.
Microsoft is going to make a game console.
It was seen as a bit of a joke.
Might as well call it Nerdbox, right?
We needed to prove our credibility.
I always just kind of thought it was a natural, not saying it would have been successful, but I never thought it was like a shocking thing. You know, I never thought I always thought that Bill and his flock of seagulls fucking hair, flock of half-dead seagulls hair. Doesn't look like seagulls. Yo, it doesn't look like seagulls are flying on Bill Gates' head. It just looks like there's like a flock of seagull corpses on his head that were just freshly shot out of the sky.
This thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
Dude, we need a metal X, and it's got to have a green eye, you know, shooting a laser out. I want it to blind people.
That is like the most 2001 thing ever to say. Just shove an energy drink up my ass as I press the power button.
Game developers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all. I opened up the first machine, I'm like, what the? Oh my God! Like, what happened in there?
Seamus is backstage soldering as the auditorium is filling up.
And then it's in front of the boss. The boss is coming on.
The Microsoft brand is on the line.
Could you imagine, Bill? Could you imagine the anger that would have came out of that man? You know, what the fuck is your problem? No pressure, you piece of shit.
Wash your balls. Oh. The Microsoft name's on the line.
Bill's not going to be happy.
And it was terrifying.
He's screaming at it.
Don't piss off Bill. Hopefully Junior can come out with a candle that smells like his junk to compete with Joe Rogan. Hopefully Junior. Oh God. Hey everybody, it's Joe Rogan. I made a new candle. It smells just like my taint. Hey everybody, you want to be a true alpha male? You could smell Joe Rogan's asshole every morning. Hey guys, I'm Joe Rogan, and scientists have specifically taken sweat from between the area of my asshole and my ballsack to replicate the aroma of my taint after a full workout. Yo, I'll buy a Joe Rogan taint candle immediately. The Joe Rogan Experience in your nose. Hot singles in your area, no pressure. Like, I can't picture Bill angry.
You guys have lied to me. You guys have like played me for a fool.
And he says, this is a insult.
What's your favorite 6th gen console? Mine is Xbox. I was I'd like dabbled a little. I would say the PS2. You, Cody, and Steve need to do another stream. It's 4 months. I agree. Hey, they both said they were down. Cody was down. I never heard back from. I know Boogie's going through a lot of shit right now. I'll let him live his life, and then I'll get back to him, man. You know.
To everything I've accomplished at this company.
It was terrifying. I thought my career was over.
There's a new contender in the video game wars.
Just Bill, just be like, you are. I can picture Steve Ballmer in his voice. You are a piece of garbage, developers. Steve Ballmer, the most out-of-touch CEO in existence. Yes, the man made a lot of money, and I will always applaud his success. But he said some misstep things like this level. Like, he picked up the MacBook Air. It was like picking up an iPhone now and be like, where's the CD-ROM drive on that iPhone 13? It's going to fail. It's going to fail. It's like, what? You said the same thing about the iPhone. The business user, because he did kind of sound like Chris Farley from Down by the River. He does sound like him. The business not having a keyboard. You want business users to... who's going to buy that thing? Every fucking person on the planet? How did the Windows Phone work out, Steve, when you tried to play catch up after making that absolutely terrible hot take? Did you have more sweat under your armpits and titties? Let me know. I get it too. Okay, it's all right. Those engineers signed their Xbox would have disappeared from society if the console failed on stage while being presented by the C. Yeah, oh my God. Bill would have taken a shit on them. It's like, come here. It's time for your punishment. No pressure. Matt Foley, yes. Live in a van. That's what Steve Ballmer sounds like.
Xbox is going to be the future.
Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless. Connect.
Wait, hold on. Did he wear a dress jacket with shoulder pads, The Rock? Like, was that not just his natural shoulder girth? In the early 2000s, you were wearing... Stop it with the shoulder pads. We're only a minute in, and I've already had, like, there's just so much. When Bill gets angry, I get hard. No pressure, though.
Connected digital entertainment. You guys never understood.
Company is
going
to face fierce competition.
Sniper! It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul. A bold vision for the future of gaming.
Meet the Microsoft mouse line. There's a mouse
Who friended you on LinkedIn?
for everyone, whether you're an expert or first-time buyer. Let's start with the basics.
I joined
the
hardware group back in 1987. I ran it for 13 years, hired 300 people into the group, and by 1999, we were doing $600 million worth of business a year.
Rick was working for me running our hardware business. Think mice, keyboards, we had some speakers, we had this thing called Interactive Barney.
That's super duper.
Oh, that is not nightmare fuel at all.
At some point, Steve Ballmer shows up and says, Rick's gonna go do this business exploration. I want you to help sort of supervise and support him.
Steve Ballmer tells me Xbox is my new job.
He just looks like a cartoon. He just looks like the angry boss that would be like for some generic Fox Simpsons knockoff cartoon from like the early to mid 90s. He would be the boss. Why the fuck are you not done filing those papers, developers? Rich, just to check, the Bill Gates jokes are just in fun. You're not trying to accuse him of anything. What? Dude, that was a joke. What are you talking about, the dead man? That was a joke from where, like, he flirted with a bunch of women and they got emails. Like, he would try to ask them out on dates, even though they knew he was married, and he would never pressure them. So that's where the no pressure though joke came from. Why? Rich, I love the streams. Been watching since 2012. Much love to you and the birds. In 2021, that means a shit ton. In the era where you have people who have the attention span of flies, and if a content creator doesn't make content for 3 days, they think they're dead. That's a big thing because most people move on after, or let's say, so much content from content creators is considered disposable. So it's nice, not saying that my content is news. It has a shelf life of milk out in the sun. But that people like to stay around for how I deliver the news is appreciated. Joe and Ben can tell the guys that cashews make you manlier, and guys will be eating cashews by yes! Yes! Hey, it's Joe Rogan. I've been shoving cashews up my ass, and my dick is now 12 inches bigger. Holy shit. Buy it. Use the code Joe Rogan to shove cashews up your ass. Overnight free delivery. Shove those cashews up your hole and watch your dong grow inches at a time. Be a fucking worldwide cashew shortage. Most unorthodox.
And is very convincing about it. Having been in hardware all of my career at Microsoft, I need to understand how this is going to be a good business for us.
Do you ever want to make hardware?
If you want to be
Well, Larry, I'm actually hard right now.
a great software company, you have to be only a software company. You can't dabble in other things.
The idea of building a game console from scratch, the risk here was enormous.
We really understand what it is to be gamers, but we're panicking like we have to figure out how to build the hardware.
Okay, we had no idea what we were doing. None. Like, couldn't have been less qualified to build a console.
Everything about making a console is hard, including taking an upfront loss on the hardware. Sony, Sega, Nintendo, they design their own hardware, they manufacture it themselves, and they sell it at a loss and make a profit on games. That's how the business model works. So for Microsoft,
you gotta take an L in the beginning. That's another thing that baffles me. And here, you're gonna see, because I did watch this one, the stumbles that Microsoft took. Like, it's tough for a company with the bank that Microsoft had back even back then. It was tough for them to stomach it back then. How is someone like Intellivision now going to take any pitfalls? How? You can't just say, here, I'm going to up the price of my product. Oh, people love it because the higher price makes it feel more premium. Get out of here. You're not offering anything more. You're just upping the price because you want to make a kickback on each of the consoles. My point being is that you're going to see the struggles that mighty Microsoft, had back then. What chance does a company like Intellivision have? Even if it was being run well, their chance would be slim to none. Factor in it's not being run well. They have a fucking snowball's chance in hell.
that is an insane business to get into.
Our P&L said we were...
I want your Carlos and my Steve. I want it now. Rapid fire, DSP, horror laugh. Yes, I'm okay with that. Oh God, that is fucking aggravating though. Holy shit. Well, I've seen some people actually bring this up in the Amico's defense. Like, look how Microsoft struggled. Look at all the negativity people saw around like Sony when I'm like, you're talking about big conglomerate companies that already had a lot of money in the bank that could take the financial L's until they built up. Intellivision isn't Intellivision anymore. It's not owned by Mattel. I don't even know if Mattel's even around in and of itself, but you get what I'm like. The fuck do they have? Is Tommy gonna get out his soldering iron and start putting together the consoles himself? Knowing him, probably. Rumor has it that actually Tommy's going to help manufacture the Amigos, and they're going to be the collector's edition where he's going to dip his nipple in hot wax and slam it against your Amico. You're going to have a Tommy Tellerico Amico nipple print. You heard it here first. I am out of my fucking mind. Let's continue.
We're going to lose $2 billion for the privilege of maybe later on, somewhere way down the road, we'll make money. And once you started it, with all the commitments that you make trying to convince the game developers to make Xbox games, you can't really stop it.
What have you done? What
That person's made of like 4 polygons, I believe.
This has claimed you.
We made it the point to Steve Ballmer to say, if you guys start this thing, don't come back 6 months from now and say it hurts too much.
Any new console hoping to have even a chance of success needed to win over a group of notoriously tough critics, game developers. And getting past those gatekeepers would require Microsoft to make a flawless debut at the world's largest game developer conference, GDC.
Games sell consoles, and so in order to sell consoles, we had to win the hearts and minds of the developers.
The only place I think we could have ever...
Yeah, because the 3DO is well, the price also was a barrier to entry, but 3DO was great hardware for its time. It just didn't have the third-party support, and the console was too expensive. Too expensive. Oh, man, I went into the waft. This microphone's gonna... This mic foam windscreen probably smells like fucking chicken. Yes, it smells like... It smells like spicy cauliflower crusted chicken. My micro... Man, I want to eat this foam. I'm higher than Bill's hair. Clip fart. Oh. I read Sony made the sound chip for the SNES and Microsoft partnered with Sega on the Dreamcast. That prior experience helped him. Yes. Ken Kutaragi, like, that was like a weird, like, almost labor of love project, which I'm sure he made money on, that he did on the side. Like, I don't think Sony directly knew that that Mr. Kutaragi was working on this sound chip for the SNES, but here he was.
Announced Xbox was GDC.
The next GDC would take place in March of 2000, so the Xbox team had only 11 months to design and deliver a functioning prototype.
Time is running out for Microsoft to get on the board. If they didn't announce by GDC 2000, they were going to be ceding too much of the playing field to Sony. They had to do it.
And there was still one massive problem to solve. Who was going to build the console hardware? The plan had never been for Microsoft to do it alone.
The only way that we could actually get Xbox made properly was to go to the people that were really good at building hardware.
Rick was trying like hell to find somebody to partner with us. People had expertise that he knew we didn't have.
Companies like Dell and Compaq and NEC and Toshiba. We start these meetings, and most of the guys would look at me and go,
yeah, that's interesting. Who the fuck built... I didn't see this part. Who the fuck built the original Xbox?
who are you? And should I believe you or not? And I'm like, no, really, we're going to do this.
And the OEMs all, laughed in his face. Like, we understand enough about the console business to know that all the money is made on the software. And you're coming to us and asking us just to make the hardware while you make the software. We're not that dumb.
Rick's point of view was, we have no chance of doing this ourselves. And so then the question became, how do we partner with Nintendo? Or maybe we should partner with Sega.
They tried to buy Nintendo. That's amazing.
Sega.
I mean, yeah, think about it. And relative to being a gaming startup, Microsoft had the money in the bank to try to buy fucking Nintendo. How can Intellivision compete with that? And I'm not talking about a product that's meant to be in the same league. I'm talking financially to keep yourself afloat. Yeah, it's kind of funny, like, to hear, oh, we were a struggling startup of young entrepreneurs that worked for a corporation that had the money to try to buy Nintendo. No, it wasn't like you were rookies just starting out in a garage.
Seemed like a natural choice because of Microsoft's previous collaboration on the Dreamcast. But there was pushback against the partnership. Dreamcast had never been competitive with Sony, and Xbox needed to be unlike anything Microsoft had tried.
Yeah, because I don't think if Microsoft bought Nintendo, it wouldn't have... I don't think we'd have a Switch now. I think it would have hurt Nintendo significantly. They weren't the same... It isn't the same kind of energy, corporate energy. That's really... It works, though. Shut up.
Before. That left one last great hope.
With Nintendo's 64-bit technology, now Mario lives in a 3D world, and you can make him go wherever you want.
As we began to understand the business model, we really appreciated Nintendo. People don't buy consoles, they buy games. They want to play Mario, they want to play Pokemon, they want to play Zelda.
Accepting the award for Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time will be Shigeru Miyamoto.
And you look at Nintendo and you find the Spielberg of the video game industry in Miyamoto and you go, wow, this guy's unbelievable.
Thank you very much.
I knew I could convince Microsoft to outright buy.
I'm so glad they're competitors because they give you such a different experience that I like them both for different reasons. That's not a fence-sitter thing. It would have sucked if there wasn't the competition. That's what it is. I like that they kind of keep each other aggressive in different ways. So it's a really good thing that this acquisition never happened.
By Nintendo. I mean, it would be an amazing accomplishment because it's the national treasure of Japan.
So if you buy Nintendo, you get credibility in the Japanese market. You maybe even get Miyamoto.
Was there a way to make that happen? Because that would give us instant credibility.
If Microsoft were to acquire Nintendo, they would have gotten...
See, I don't necessarily agree with that. It would have... We were, like, Nintendo was... They were in between the N64 and the GameCube. So from the home console market, they didn't... They were kind of waning at the time. The Wii was around the corner, but... I don't think it would have done as much as people may think and as Microsoft may have thought at the time.
Two things. One was the hardware, and second is a massive games portfolio.
From Rick's point of view, if you could acquire Nintendo, you would immediately have access to the best game library in the world.
Like, think about it. If we didn't, like, who knows what we would have missed out on? We probably would have missed out on the Switch. We probably would have missed out on maybe Xbox Game Pass because Nintendo would have brought Microsoft in a different direction. There's a lot of innovation we would have missed out on, if Nintendo and Microsoft are still in a way competitors. We would have missed out on that competition and would have missed out on some products.
Stop. So I made an introduction to the people that ran Nintendo of America.
But they would have had Shigeru Miyamoto's body. That is true.
Told them what we were interested in, and then we made a trip to Kyoto.
And who do you think you are barging into my office?
But I could tell from the first meeting that there wasn't a chance this was going to happen. They were highly skeptical.
Of course.
They were like not even remotely interested in selling the business. I never got past square one on trying to acquire.
And thank
that to me
fuck.
is the pivotal point for Xbox. Oh my gosh, we're actually going to do this ourselves. And that scared the crap out of us.
This hobby is so lucky to have three incredibly viable businesses pushing each other and not allowing complacency. And it's a healthy competition because they applaud each other, they congratulate each other, but of course they're competitors. Yes, you don't want the complacency. You don't want the lack of... Like, if Microsoft bought Nintendo, I don't think Nintendo would have flourished the way they did. We definitely wouldn't have a Switch now, I can almost guarantee it. And Microsoft wouldn't have made the choices they've made with, like, Game Pass, and they offer an excellent product. The Series S is fucking awesome. The Series X is... All the fucking consoles are good now, too. I'm not trying to be just, oh, we're one big happy family. Fuck birds. But it's true. There's not a console from... minus maybe Joy-Con drift besides hardware issues like that, but there's not a piece of hardware right now, different experiences, that sucks that's out on the market. Switch is getting dated, but it's still a good console. Especially the Satisfy gaming grip I just did. Phil just sent me the Satisfy gaming grip for the Switch OLED made for it. Oh, my hands feel better. I could play the Switch OLED now. That's why I haven't played it that much. I was waiting for the grip. Yes, I have an affiliate link, and that's not the reason I'm bringing it up, but if you have a Switch OLED, get that fucking grip now. What's wrong with you? Review shill polo US, but the grip is fucking amazing. I'm serious. Makes all, like, the pain in my hands go away. Yeah, so the hobby is lucky to have 3 companies that are competing. That's how you want it, man. You want competition. You want like companies to make each other break sweats. You wanted the sweat under Steve Ballmer's man nipples. I gotta pee. Look at the birds while I pee. Look at birds. Look at birds. They lay turds. The Satisfy gaming grip for the Nintendo Switch OLED. I need to pee. Why am I singing to you? Enjoy the men inquisitively staring at each other while I urinate. I'll be right back. The fucking birds day. I had to pee. I was talking about shopping for New Year. My kids are going to be here New Year's Eve. So it's going to be a New Year's Eve of children, pizza rolls, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, 1-Up Arcade, because I got that for them. And probably them fighting over the 1-Up Arcade as well. But it's actually going to be a lot of fun, though, all kidding aside. I just peed in my basement. I honestly, I'm going to review Defend the Quartering for a second because I want to remain objective as much as I can, USA. Like, who cares? He peed under his desk. But the funny part about that was I just peed in my basement. Just seeing his beard explode and urine flow. Review the Quartering's urine, USA.
Because
oh, that's not. Oh, God.
Once it became a do-it-ourselves project, now the Microsoft brand is on the line, the Microsoft name's on the line, it's going to be big and public. We're going to have to do a lot of things new. We're going to do hardware at scale. We are no longer in the Microsoft playbook.
An unprecedented challenge called for some change-ups and new additions to the team. Ted, Nat, and Otto left for other pursuits, while Thompson brought on someone new. Someone known within Microsoft for delivering complex projects against...
My wife left me for pizza. I don't know. I don't like taking shots like that. I don't know. Whatever, man. Maybe like they had just a stupid disagreement on what place to go eat. You don't know what the reason was. It may have been something frivolous. Like, he may have a great relationship with his wife. That's why, like, and I don't want to go into people's... I don't do that. But that is pretty funny that he said that and said, I just peed in my basement.
Impossible deadlines.
Oh God, that's such a Microsoft thing to do.
One day, there's a guy.
Green wheels on a skateboard. That's like, just have the Monster Energy drink in your hand, drinking it, and one up your ass, so you have the rectal and oral Monster Energy experience. I'm Joe Biden. Prove this gorilla. I have a Salisbury steak butthole with my M&Ms. God bless America. This is Joe Biden.
Comes into my office and he sits down and I'm like, who are you? And he says, I'm Jay Allen. I said, who's Jay Allen? And he looks at me like, everybody knows who I am, right?
We're really on the cusp of this digital entertainment revolution. So while for 25 years now, Microsoft prided itself on making the world more productive. Now our challenge is to blend that with making the world less productive. You know?
He was seen as a futurist that had a lot of credibility internally at Microsoft.
There was, you know, the famous internet memo.
He sent Bill Gates this memo that basically said, hey, Bill, we gotta wake up because this thing called the internet is coming and it is going to transform commerce.
And Bill, we need to know, why do you come? The internet is coming. The internet is coming, Mr. William Gates. But are you?
It's going to transform society, and it's going to be powered by broadband connections. And so we made a huge, bold bet by putting a broadband connection in the back of the Xbox. Everybody thought we were nuts.
You have to remember, back in 1999, less than 5% of the U.S. households even had broadband.
Yeah. Like, I didn't get into, what was 2001 I got broadband. I remember I was so excited to watch porn. MILF Hunter, baby. MILF Hunter. MILF Hunter was like the first website I went to. There was some good porn on there. And Bang Bus. Quality porn. God bless broadband. God bless it.
But I remember Jay saying, we're going to bet on the future, not against it. He had...
That was the first. What do you think the first thing? High bandwidth internet? I'm going to see some titties.
A vision for where online gaming could go and what Xbox could become. And Bill paid attention to Jay.
Well, it's very hip to be on the internet right
Batman just said hip. He just said hip in that outfit. William, I'm motherfucking hip Gates. God damn, he's a man. He's a man. Bill Gates is a man. He has hair. And it's everywhere. Bill Gates. He masturbates. No pressure, though.
now.
With the right team together, Xbox needed the right operating system, and that was a little tricky. And political.
It's just amazing.
I just think, hold on, that's a low resolution bill. I just think to myself, if I had a crystal ball back in 1989 when I was picking up Last Battle at that weird used game store that was like in a back alley of the Dutchess Mall, and I showed myself that you're going to be using the music in this game in 2021 as a grown man singing to an audience over the internet, I probably would have shit myself repeatedly. Life is fucking weird, Bird. Cheers.
Amazing how popular PCs are.
Windows had been the catalyst for Microsoft's meteoric rise.
Games, word processors, calculators, calendars, all running faster than ever.
Wow. But I know it was wow at the time. It's all relative. But man, the times have changed, huh? My iPhone 13's fart in the past 5 minutes has more processing power than 20 of these computers that were running this right now.
Bill Gates had been won over to the team's pitch on the understanding that Windows would power Xbox. But the team knew that Xbox needed to be leaner than a PC. Windows was an all-purpose tank. Xbox needed a street racer.
One of the things that makes Windows great is that you can do lots of things at once. You can be running Word next to Excel, next to IM, next to Photoshop.
And so the idea was, if we're going to put a video game console in the living room, it's going to run Windows.
Once or twice a week, we'd get pings from all sorts of different groups around Microsoft.
Imagine you were like in a business meeting with Bill Gates. He was about to acquire your company, but you completely fucked it up because all you did was just burp and fart and just didn't say anything. So Bill's like, I really think this acquisition is going to help me achieve a much firmer erection. What do you think? No, this is not the right time. This is not the right time to fart. And Bill would say that, and everyone in the room would get all stressed out, and everyone would just sit there and say nothing, except the guy who farted, and he would just be like, "All right, I'm sorry. We can continue. I'm done. I'm done." Like, all right, it's okay. Anyway, so this acquisition's really gonna help broaden. Oh! You really just okay? Wow, you just really did that again. Now I'm getting really pissed off. No pressure though.
Office was kind of the notorious one, saying, hey, I hear we're doing a console. I hear it's going to run
Oh no, that fucking stupid thing. What was that? It was that clip.
Windows. What do I have to do to get a build of Office running on it? I bet people would like to edit their Word documents while sitting on the couch.
No. I mean, yeah, but holy shit, Midtown Madness 2, what a game. A game that I've never played. I don't know. I've never played.
What's the rating of this? Like, okay, so we had to do two things. One, we had to tell these groups off. That is not what this is. If you actually think people want to sit back on their couch doing spreadsheets, it's not going to happen. At the same time, we needed a lot of code from these groups. So we had to tell them off nicely.
You're dismissed.
Tell them to fuck off nice. Hi, would you, I know, yeah, oh wow, so people are going to want to edit Word documents on their Xbox. Yeah, that's a great idea. Go fuck yourself. Would you mind writing the code for the UI, though? But go fuck yourself, and fuck yourself hard.
The services that Windows provides are really valuable.
Ah, Clippy. Like, what the fuck is Clippy?
But the most important thing for games is speed. If you have an operating system taking 15% of the CPU and half the disk, you're dead.
What was it in the N64 that each sound channel you needed for audio took 1% of the CPU's resources? I'm pretty sure I'm accurate on that. That's pretty crazy. So the more sound channels you wanted to have, that would cut back on how many CPU resources that you had. So it was 1% of CPU resources for each sound channel in the N64.
One possible solution was to use just the Windows NT kernel, essentially the brain of the operating system. This would leave more space and flexibility for developers.
My dad is a fantastic beast.
Watch your balls.
To program games. There was just one problem with that solution. The Xbox team didn't have access to that kernel, and the Windows team wasn't about to share it.
Here we are in the computer room that holds all of our server machines.
We now see Dapper Bill Gates.
If
Bill Dapper Gates.
we'd have gone and asked the Windows team, they would have insisted that we take Windows as is, no modifications, subject to their approval, and we just could not bring that baggage over. So we had to steal it. We stole it. We stole it, yes.
I have it running on this machine here.
We actually grabbed it at night off of a server when no one was looking, about 3 weeks before a major Windows release was going to happen. We brought it back and just started hacking and slashing stuff out of it. We had to refactor and cleave off functionality to make this box so tuned that the games could be brilliant. What started out as a 4.5 megabyte working set for the kernel got that down to about 200K. So a tiny fraction of what Windows is actually made it over to Xbox.
You could call this the evolutionary approach.
It becomes clear that
I love how Bill's hair evolves every time every time we see him. His hair is, next time we see Bill get interviewed about Jeffrey Epstein, his hair is going to start, maybe his hair is going to be his lawyer. He'll just be like, oh, well, I'm shitting myself. Bill, don't say anything right now. Okay, no pressure.
that what we're going to do is not what Bill and Steve thought they had approved.
Xbox would have the heritage of Windows, but not actually Windows itself.
The new operating system was streamlined, but nothing like the Windows-powered version the team had pitched to win the technology bake-off against Windows CE. With GDC 2000 just 1 month away, for Thompson and the team, it was the moment of truth.
Bill was like, can I switch from Halo to porn on the fly? With the push of a button. No pressure, but I like to jerk off in between Team Deathmatch.
Time to call one final meeting. A do-or-die presentation to Bill Gates on Valentine's Day to ask if he could open his heart to a Windows
Oh wow, this is really Valentine's. Okay.
Lite
Bill
version of
Bird
Xbox.
breasts.
We had to go to Bill and tell him that what he wanted most out of this, he was not going to get. This wasn't going to run Windows.
I can't imagine how it could be better.
It's gonna. Bill's holding that Diet Dr. Pepper like a man. Like, hey, I kind of get what they're saying though, because if Bill needs a new haircut, Gates. Bill, I swear it's my actual hair and not a toupee, but it looks like one, Gates. He would have just had a Windows PC with like an Xbox logo that you clicked on with a mouse the way they wanted it. So they had to do it this way. So it was smart.
Oh, Bill's not going to be happy.
This was the final meeting to either approve the Xbox or cancel it.
Bill walks into the meeting with a massive boner, and he's just like, all right, I'm here, and I'm hard. And I better leave hard. No pressure, though.
One of the highest stakes meetings I was at my whole time at Microsoft.
Which is the Valentine's Day Massacre. It's like a 4:30 meeting. Rick, Thompson, myself, Ed Freeze, Jay Allard are the 4 Xbox folks there. Steve's there.
There was a whole outer group of people too. So this room was packed.
Well, about 15 minutes late, Bill walks in.
He's holding the PowerPoint presentation, and he walks up.
Did Bill really kick the door open like that? Like, damn it, I'm here.
To the table, and he throws it down on the table, and he says, "This is a insult to everything I've accomplished at this company."
Leans across at me and says, why are you trying to kill Windows?
You guys have lied to me. You guys have like played me for a fool.
I start to try to argue for this, why we can't have the normal version of Windows. Bill doesn't want any of it. He doesn't want to hear it. He yells at me, shuts me down.
You got a lot of alphas in the room and all alpha males, and so there's a lot of pounding the table and you're wrong, I'm right.
By then, Jay is up. He's ready to fight, and
I'm just picturing them all getting shirtless and greased up and no, it's not gonna have windows under. Yes, it is. No pressure. No pressure. Bill, you fuck your hair, Bill. A bunch of men, shirtless and wrestling for dominance.
And so then Jay goes in. Then Robbie tries to talk to Bill, and Bill yells at
They have specks of spit coming out of his mouth. I love it.
Robbie.
If I had had glasses on, I would have needed windshield wipers on him because he was spitting at us so hard and so fast.
Bill would yell at us for a while about these different things, and then Ballmer would take over on the business case, and the business case looked terrible.
By now, and the reason it's called the Valentine's Day Massacre is because all Valentine's Day activities are now off.
The candles at home and they're melting, and we're all missing dinner.
We're all not getting pussy tonight.
And the meeting gets to this sort of crescendo, and I said, okay, well then let's not do it. We haven't announced anything.
Oh, they're not getting laid, but at least Bill is spitting on them.
So that led to another hour.
And then somebody says, what about Sony?
Microsoft had owned the den and the office.
How cool!
And the thought of Sony owning the rest of the home is offensive to Bill. But the Xbox, it's the antithesis of everything that Microsoft is. It takes all of the hardware burden onto us, so it's really hard to make business sense of it. That's equally offensive. And what's going on with Bill and Steve was figuring out which of those was least offensive to them.
Bill kind of pauses and he thinks and he says,
You know what? Maybe all of your pieces of fucking garbage, like I just told you were, and told you should kill yourself 10 minutes ago. Don't kill yourselves. You have a pretty good idea. No pressure, though.
I think we should do this. And Ballmer's like, yeah, we should do this. And then I start getting excited and it starts going back and forth. We should do this. We should let these guys do this. Bill's like, okay, we're gonna give you guys everything you asked for. Really want you to be successful in this project. You have all my support. And that part of the meeting.
Where did this change come from? I keep tasting my chicken with each burp. Don't it? Bird.
And I turned to Robbie. I'm like, Robbie, that was the weirdest meeting I've been in at 15 years at this company.
All I remember is Kevin Bacchus coming by and basically saying, we're doing it. We're doing it.
The system was going to get built. Hundreds of millions of dollars would be spent marketing it.
Even Ballmer said, once we say yes to this, we're saying yes to this. This is real. This is as real as it gets right now. We're going to book the speech at GDC.
Bill Gates was going to go on stage in front of the world and announce it.
And it became very real when Rick Thompson sent an email saying that Xbox had been approved for an initial funding of $1 billion.
With $1 billion.
Damn, throwing around money like, yeah. Who has $1 billion in their pocket right now to do a console startup? Show your raise of hands. And even if you're doing something that's family friendly, you still need a lot of capital.
Dollars on the line and less than a month left until GDC. Xbox's big debut had more writing on it than ever. The team set to work creating a prototype and recruiting game developers to the platform. a monumental task for a software company that didn't have much street cred.
When it came to console gaming in the late 90s, there was no perception of Microsoft. They weren't in the picture. But when it came to the PC side of gaming, Microsoft had a reputation.
Ed Freeze had built Microsoft Game Studios and kind of organized the studio structure by genre. We had like a role-playing studio. We had a sports studio.
We were doing golf. We had a basketball title and we had a baseball title.
But it was around the time we shipped Age of Empires that we started to really get respect.
You've built a glorious empire.
It was just a beautiful game. It was beautifully scored.
Age was a great game. It was a ton of fun. Everyone loved it.
Age of Empires is a grand franchise. But if you talk to somebody that likes to play Super Mario Brothers, it's a really kind of a different customer entirely. And I think that they didn't necessarily view Microsoft as being in the gaming business.
No, they definitely didn't. Totally different animal.
To recruit console game developers to its unproven platform, Microsoft had to innovate development tools that would rival the competition, making game developers an offer they couldn't refuse.
We were all about what we were giving the game developers to work with to create the greatest games ever made.
The PS2 was really, really unfriendly environment to developers.
Yeah, it was. I've heard that from countless places.
Seamus Blackley and Kevin Bacchus and Ed Freeze, they were saying, we're going to fix this. So more of the money is going on the screen, not just trying to figure out the convoluted hardware. And that was like, really? I mean, it was like oxygen.
This was going to do things that the PlayStation can't, which meant to me we could tell more stories, create characters that people care about, and create worlds that would be very difficult to do on the PlayStation. It's time.
We know at this point we're heading toward Xbox announcement at GDC. Game developers have to be excited so that they could talk to their other friends in the games industry and tell them, you know what? Xbox is legit.
The innovations offered in the Xbox created a promising future for console game developers. But to deliver that future, Microsoft still needed to complete a working prototype.
Yeah, they never talk about the fallout they had with NVIDIA. Didn't they have a fallout with NVIDIA? I'm pretty sure.
To debut on stage at the Game Developers Conference.
When Microsoft first started talking about doing a game console, everybody's willing to listen, but you need to see it.
We had to create a prototype game console that was obviously not going to be the final design of the hardware because we didn't know what Xbox was ultimately going to look like, but at the same time, looked nothing like a PC.
I had started working with the hardware guys' rapid prototyping group, which was literally in the parking garage. And they had like built a temporary structure and a bunch of parking spaces and like made it like a little office. So I went to this area where the artists were, and they were having a remote control car race in the office. Around the desk, going right around. And that's how I met Horace Luke.
In a lot of ways, I work very scattermind. I don't really work on a linear path. Most of my days spent with markers and paper and just doodling.
I remember the guys coming in about 6 or 7 in the evening when everybody's leaving the office with this big motherboard from the 90s. This gigantic board that had all these PCI slots on it and said, put this into something that is presentable on stage. And I still remember staring at it going, what do I do with this thing? The traditional Microsoft product was very ergonomic centric.
Yeah, it was definitely basically just a somewhat shrunk down, cut down Pentium 3 gaming PC in a box.
Mouse, the keyboard. But the Xbox, it was very different. It was about storytelling.
There's a lot of people focused on what's this set-top box gonna look like in my living room. But that wasn't what we cared about. Horace was really interested in what was happening when you got sucked through that screen.
The role of the designer, it was how to tell the story at a glance. That Microsoft is about to go into a space that is brand new to what Microsoft was accustomed to. Telling people that this thing is going to be the most badass thing you can imagine.
I would go down and visit Horace, and there would be...
Still would say I mean, a black GameCube aged very well. A PS2 aged very well. The original Xbox is the most early 2000s thing ever.
scraps of prototype drawings and other pieces of vision work that he would have.
The whole idea was this nuclear reactor almost, trying to hold this energy that's inside that is so intense.
He's like, dude, we need a metal X, and it's got to have a green eye, you know, shooting a laser out.
And he's always...
Yes, that is the most 2001 thing ever.
He's gonna use sound effects, so he's gonna be like...
I'm so glad we got over that time.
I wanted to blind people, because that's kind of how Horace would talk about these things.
That sense of escape and that sense of capability and power is what we try to create with this green portal. And inside there, everything is possible. That was how we wanted people to feel when it's on stage.
You could have shown up to GDC and plugged in a PC and tried to tell people it was a console, and not a single person in that audience, I don't even think we would have believed that that was really going to be a console. So we knew we needed to show something beautiful.
People got to be able to tell in an instant that this thing is called Xbox.
What we ended up building was a 40-pound machined aluminum X that had been buffed to a chrome finish.
These big, beautiful, shiny chrome X's, they were like these incredible sports cars.
We ended up taking literally a solid hunk of aluminum and carved it with a 6-axis CNC machine. That box took 2 weeks to carve and 1 week to polish.
Building those metal X's was very trying.
Drew and I just after work, get a can of kerosene, get a rag, and just keep buffing it. Rub, rub, rub until that thing was polished.
Somebody brought it out.
Like, I was being an idiot, but it's more so amazing. I guess they had to make, you gotta, I'm kind of, I gotta look at it from a glass half full of perspective. I get it. You gotta make an impression. People are very, especially with something like this, judgmental. Microsoft isn't a new company, but they're a new company in the hardware space for consoles, so they gotta make a splash like a turd in a bowl.
Out into a meeting and took a towel off of it and showed it to us, and I was like, that can't be in people's living rooms. And everyone's like, calm down, it's a concept.
And I'm like, okay, awesome about the green eye. How am I gonna fit the components in there? And what we ended up doing is, if you look at a PC, there's like this main motherboard, so we stuck the motherboard at this, you know, on like one angle.
We had to shave off the edge of the motherboard because it just didn't fit.
We soldered the hardware together ourselves and borrowed space in the lab.
You know, I'm sure people looked at that and they're like, whoa, it's like this polished X, it's got this, you know, amazing green eye. But it was the world's messiest PC build. Like, it was components like just jammed in there. And you're like, is it gonna work? Oh, well, you know, work this time. I guess that's the one we'll take with us to GDC.
It's sometimes possible to forget about the people who actually make the games. And so we're here in San Jose, California, for the Game Developers Conference to remind ourselves that without these people, we'd still be playing checkers.
Announcing Xbox at the Game Developers Conference was like every Christmas morning rolled up together.
Video game developers are upping the ante on creating realistic games. Microsoft upped the competitive ante, announcing a new concept, codenamed Xbox.
At GDC, the idea was that Seamus would go on and basically be the demo guy, talk about Xbox, show the demos.
But this was the first time that Seamus had stood in front of an audience of game developers and gamers since the launch of Trespasser.
Before he came to Microsoft, we knew Seamus from his stint at DreamWorks on Trespasser.
It was a personal passion of Spielberg. He was very involved in it.
I'm in Steven Spielberg's office, and we're going to do a game that could be a spiritual successor to Jurassic Park that takes all of the principles of game design that I thought were important.
Seamus really hit on this idea of trying to use physics to simulate a world populated by dinosaurs.
I wrote a big physics system in order to make an island that was completely physically simulated.
And they say every leaf and every branch that you walk into in the woods is gonna move, and that was kind of a dream that we're like, yeah, that sounds good, but how?
And it's so cool because it's so true because The fuck was I going to say? Physics does make games so much more fun. That's one of the things I love about like the Just Cause games and actually Halo Infinite is that like picking up like those canisters, whatever they're filled with your grappling hook and throwing them and just seeing shit go all over. Yeah, physics is a big deal. It's definitely a huge step for gaming. This just reminds me if that Google made a traditional console, they would have did better than Stadia. Yeah, probably. Absolutely. If they marketed it right.
How are you going to do that? How are you going to make that perform? Well, the end of the story was we're not.
And I made every mistake in the book. You can read about this online, all the stupid things that I had managed in that project. And we shipped it before it was done. We shipped this broken game right into the jaws of the birth of internet gaming sites and the first fan sites. I personally just got destroyed online. And I had never seen anybody destroyed online. We know what that's like now. I thought my career was over. Everyone who was present in San Jose at the Game Developers Conference, they knew my failures with Trespasser. I remember sitting in my hotel room and I had to convince myself to just go show my face at this thing. And it was terrifying.
The day of the unveil of Xbox, I took 3 Xboxes with me, like these metal X's, 1 for the stage and then 2 for as like, you know, what happens if this fails.
We hand carry these things down in transit because these things are
Jesus.
fragile.
Wonder what those things are worth now.
The idea was showing live demos, proving that we actually had nothing up our sleeves.
The game developers are not going to be tolerant of any level of bull at all.
All the things on the screen were specifically to show game developers that this Xbox was far and away better than any of the...
Yes, it is, because of physics. Physics have, not saying that game was good, obviously it wasn't, but physics has definitely brought games a step forward.
Other consoles that they'd ever seen before.
And they have to be done in such a way where it's clearly interactive, clearly real, clearly running on the hardware as advertised.
We hand carry them down.
Fart.
We set them up. We turn them on. The first one doesn't work.
I opened up the first machine, like I'm like, what the f is going on here? Like something jiggling around that wasn't quite right, and you're like, oh my god, like what happened in there?
So then we set up the second one. It doesn't work either. And the third one. None of them work. Seamus is backstage soldering, trying to get everything ready as the auditorium is filling up.
He was looking on the verge.
Jesus, none of them worked. Holy fuck, 3 strikes and you're out, Bill. 3 birds and you're out too, Bill. No pressure.
Green. You just look sick. You know, I was like, well, maybe this is stage nerves, but then I realized...
Pump up the video volume? Sure.
Oh, well, maybe it's also because all of our demo machines were completely deconstructed.
We're panicked out of our minds because Seamus went on stage to talk to the most cynical audience in the entire world.
If you took a photo from the stage of GDC, you would see, you know, gamers and game developers, and they'd all look very excited. But underneath that layer are, you know, the most critical people you've ever met, waiting to hate that thing that you created.
Kevin was underneath the stage with a video switch box that could switch from the Xbox prototype that was on stage running the demos to one that Drew was standing backstage doing everything the same way I was doing it, so Kevin could switch between the 2 of them in case it crashed. And then it's in front of the boss. The boss is coming on.
I'd like to ask Seamus Blackley to come on out and give us a look.
And then somebody decided we're gonna make him put on a special leather jacket.
Yeah, you better not fuck this up. No pressure, though.
It doesn't really fit him.
We don't have the box, but we do have the leather jacket, so we're ready to go.
Well, we do have one box. This is our show box. So,
oh God, it's just an X. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if that's actually what they ship? That'd actually be pretty badass, actually.
Now, as I walk out on stage with Bill G, the full weight of my failed game, Trespasser, all of my dreams in the game industry, the ridicule that I thought I was going to suffer at the hands of every game developer who saw me fail to deliver this great thing. All of that pressure came to bear. We get up there, and I run the first demo. What I'm going to show you now is an example of advanced lighting techniques.
Oh, 6. You want 6 of these?
Watch your balls, 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 watch your balls.
You got more than you bargained for, didn't you? My microphone smells like chicken.
That are possible under DirectX 8.
We made a bunch of little toys that sat around your desk, like a little merry-go-round with dynamic lights.
Complicated shadows drawn across very complicated objects. There are reflections, there's environment mapping going on. And all this is happening at full hardware rate. Another great example of that is our water demo.
You can now see caustics on the bottom of a pool. All those things come from the power processing on a per pixel basis. And that's really what the big differentiator was for Xbox.
This demo took, I think, a day to get running. And I can't underscore the importance of that enough. This takes Xbox from being a programmer-driven console to being an artist-driven console, a design-driven console. And that's really at the heart of the entire program.
The demo, it had a joke in it.
There's a classic Microsoft picture in the background.
Oh yeah, baby, that's texture resolution right there.
Oh, Bill! Oh, shit! I have to piss again. Enjoy, Bill. Enjoy, Bill. Because he'll enjoy you. No pressure, though. I was talking to somebody. I don't have prostate issues. That would have been the longest pee in world history. I want this photo as a I want this photo as like a poster. Yeah.
These were really smart demos and really ambitious. But when we saw the physics demo, I was like, wow, How's that computing?
In my high school physics class, I was scarred with the image of chain reaction as demonstrated by the old ping pong ball and mousetrap demo.
Physics was something that everybody wanted to do. Seamus had tried physics with his Jurassic Park game, and it didn't work so great. But now you were seeing those ideas actually working right.
I'm gonna have to find an HDMI modded Xbox original one. If anyone knows of one, let me know. I'll probably look on eBay, but if anyone knows of one, I'll spend the money. Because I know that's another video that will do well, and I want it.
A great example of the CPU doing all of this collision, all of this physics at the same time that the graphics processor is rendering the scene for us.
Physics is cool.
The Raven and Robot video, you could see the photorealism.
The huge chrome robot that basically was motion captured by a female character called Raven.
The level of physics simulation that was happening there, how much the CPU...
Some birds to have bills. Is this Bill? I hope he has a bird. I would love to see, like, Bill just do an interview with a parrot on his shoulder, like the parrot nibbling his ear, and he just starts getting pissed. Could you stop? Could you... So, Bill, about Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, I just shit myself and my bird just shit on my shoulder. No pressure, though. He's dead. So, Bill, about your friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. Well, he's dead, so back to my philanthropy. That's a great answer. Thank you, Bill. Not deflection at all.
was being taxed. You knew as a developer, this thing was really, really powerful.
I was like, wow, we have got to get onto this box.
I was very surprised.
Yeah, we kind of stalled with physics for a while.
By the Xbox. I was expecting it to be kind of cool, kind of like a stripped-down PC.
Oh, this Zorro has entered the chat. Yeah. What is that stash, son? What is that mustache? He looks like he was auditioning for some movie that he was going to be working with, like Antonio Banderas or a Shakespearean play.
But what I wound up seeing very much excited me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Cliff Bleszinski was excited. That is not a goatee.
These demos were instrumental and so critical to the importance of Xbox and people believing in it.
To get honest, candid feedback from our peers, it was exciting because we saw the enthusiasm for Xbox and we knew that we had accomplished something.
Xbox is really going to be the king of the game stations. This is like a PlayStation 2 on steroids.
People are kind of giving us high fives, saying congratulations, and I'm like, do we actually do this?
I've never seen so much advance in one particular piece of technology before, ever.
From that moment on, we had credibility with publishers and with game developers because it was clear we did know what we were talking about.
And the next thing that mattered was that Bill Gates showed up for it. That signaled to the industry and to the rest of the world
that Bill was all business. Bill's like, yeah, I'm not fucking around, no pressure though.
Microsoft as a company is backing it with all of its might.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Despite all the fanfare surrounding Microsoft's Xbox, industry analysts say the company is going to face fierce competition.
When Sony's newest video game console, the PlayStation 2, went on sale in Japan earlier this week, consumers were frenzied with excitement. They snapped up nearly 1 million units at $370 a piece in the first 3 days alone.
We were at a disadvantage compared to Sony and Nintendo because we didn't have the legacy of building fun.
And Sony, you know, oh, they're movies, they're cool, they're awesome. And Microsoft is like, they were...
And the big thing, because DVD was a big thing, it was a DVD player out of the box, and a good one at that. And that's still when DVD players were pretty much around the same price as the PS2. So you could just get a DVD player, which is fine, or you could get a game console that's also an equally as good DVD player. Now, there was a thing where people were like, yeah, you really shouldn't have used it as a DVD player. It shortened the life of it, but it doesn't matter. It was still a big selling point of the console.
Khakis, and they're boring, and they're Office, and they're Windows, and it's like...
For over a year, the team had referred to the top-secret new console only by its codename, Xbox. But now, they had a chance to christen it with a bold new name, one that wouldn't evoke Microsoft's corporate image.
Naming is the worst.
709. All right, let me get through the Wii U one first. Let me get through the Wii U video that I probably spent about $1,300 on first. Let's start with that. When my editor gets back, that's going to be one of our first jobs.
Marketing. It's the hardest thing. Nobody ever 100% loves the name. Ever.
Marketing would go to the same brand people that they would use for naming components of Windows. People who know nothing about games.
Paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to go through the most rigorous system of naming, tested against all of the right customers, and they came back with list after list.
We had hundreds of names that were generated.
Friction, Cyclips.
And they were epically terrible.
Norbo.
Infinity. Zod, XOD.
Shock Factor.
Shock Factor. That sounds like a finger up the butthole.
Oh my God.
Fireplug. This has to be porn. I'm sorry. Like, you could say it, or Richard just perverted. Fine. But this has to be porn.
Fireplug.
Questria.
Questria. That sounds like a console that would come out of, like, the UK in the 80s. The BBC Questria. On a quest to give you new adventures. I don't know if that's an English accent or Australian accent. I don't know what the fuck I did, but...
Vibe with a Y.
Xantra. Xantra is absolutely a blood pressure medication.
Xantra is a Xantra is an ED medication.
Frontier.
Og.
Og. Could you imagine it was named Og? Oh, look at my Og. I'm not looking at your balls. No, look at my Og, my game console, not my nuts. If they have one like that's like the brown star, I'm gonna shit myself.
OG.
Velvet.
Zigzag.
Zigzag. Hey, let's go back to my house and play with my... Go back to my house and play with my zigzag. I'm laughing at my own jokes. I must be stoned. Sexy Rich. We won't really see the B equal to Boogie. Yes, it's going... I have to... Boogie was the one we have to get back to, man. And like I said, I know he's busy and going through, like, you know, all the... I think doesn't he have his trial soon? So, life first, man. You know what I'm saying? But thank you. It'll definitely happen again, though. They're both on board. They've agreed.
Simulate.
Come on. Come on.
You see, anytime you're naming something, you have to play the kindergarten game that everybody plays with their children. You know, okay, I'm going to give my child this name. Now, how are people going to butcher that their first day in school, right?
Carpet ride?
I was having conversations with Robbie about, you know, Robbie, Xbox is a really good name. No, you can't call it Xbox. That's a code name. We don't name products code names. We need a new name. It's like, well, okay, we'll look again. I would look again and come back.
OG. Well, yeah, technically, that is that took me a second, man. I had to play some mental Rubik's Cube there because it was OG. Now it's the OG Xbox. You get a snore.
Back. Xbox is a pretty good name.
I remember our final meeting with the naming experts. They came in with the perfect name. We've tested this extensively, and it's a winner. We tested it against the name Xbox. It blows it out of the water. Great. What's the name? With great fanfare, they unveil 11X. You know, because it goes to 11,
Well, it's one louder, isn't it? 11.
I looked at the marketing people looked at me, and they said, all right, we'll get on Xbox.
Where can you go from there? Where?
I don't know.
Nowhere, exactly.
11X?
There was a big debate internally about whether we should call it the Microsoft Xbox or just Xbox.
We did a lot of blind research where we would bring in gamers asking questions about what should the role of the name Microsoft be on this console. First response when we mentioned Microsoft was they rolled their eyes. A video game console from Microsoft.
What? Microsoft? Doing a console?
First of all, it would take forever to boot up, and then it would probably blue screen.
And then we asked them questions like, hey, if PlayStation were an animal, what animal would it be? Would it be a lion, be the king of the jungle? If Microsoft were an animal, what would it be? It'd be a spider. It could kill you, but you also just want to step on it.
If the name of Microsoft's...
What the fuck? Unveiled imagine the next Xbox is Sexbox.
Smothered the brand, it just was going to be a non-starter.
The idea that Microsoft could ever compete with Sony or Nintendo or even Sega was seen as a bit of a joke.
Might as well call it Nerdbox, right? Bill Gates was the richest
I love how they just show Bill Gates right there.
man in the world. They were such an important tech force, but what they weren't was in the living room. They weren't an entertainment company.
Among gamers, 0% of people believe we could do it.
I was a journalist, and I thought, I don't know how Microsoft is going to make a console worth.
Can you imagine walking up to Bill like, hey, you know what the biggest liability I have in my new product launch is? The name of your company.
Yeah, Bill, your company is shit. No pressure, though. I will do the, what's the next chapter here? And it didn't. Microsoft Epstein. That'll be the next Xbox. The Xbox Epstein. Yeah, oh, that is true. Shit. Good point, back and forth.
Let me find it. Let me watch it real quick.
Oh, yeah, that is a weird-ass commercial. The fuck? What was with the awkward shot of his nipples developing? Did anyone else notice that that was really strange?
It's really good. I love it. The ad was polarizing, and it did end up getting banned. Stations would not run the ad because it was, so shocking for people.
There was tension for the company to be doing this gaming thing.
Yeah, I wonder why that ad was banned. It wasn't really creepy or awkward at all.
Because it was really different than really the image that the company was trying to cultivate. Some of the stuff like that commercial, I don't think senior leadership saw until it was done.
We don't talk about Microsoft Xbox. We just talk about Xbox.
A completely naked dude, okay, genitals blocked out, from birth to death, flying through the air. Like, I get the point they were trying to make, but yeah, that was like, just go into people's homes with a sledgehammer and tell them you're going to buy this Xbox or I'm punching you in the face.
Because Microsoft was good on the funding side, but bad on the branding side.
And if they wanted to go market it like they market Windows and they market Office, it was a deal breaker. It was not going to be successful.
The games industry did not speak the same language as Microsoft.
But if we were going to do this really hard thing and not lose billions.
Yeah, depressing. Buy it now. Like, that was just so weird. Like, it was like, now your nipples are more powerful and now you're old and dead. Like, I get, like, what the life short, enjoy your time here. I get it, but it was just, I don't know. It was a jarring, very weird, uncomfortable, and I'm not even talking about the whole thing about death. I don't care about that, but just how it was portrayed was just really weird.
Billions and billions of dollars forever. We had to get it right.
People had to have the belief that they were working with the Xbox team. And if that meant there was something slightly unconventional that had to be done, the Microsoft bureaucracy wasn't going to get in the way.
There's a new contender in the video game war.
Yeah. Oh, Sony's ads with the PS3 were... At least that ad made... Like, what the fuck did that ad with the baby mean? What did it mean? It was so weird. So nonsensical.
Xbox is going to be the future. Truly the future of video games.
Xbox.
Taking over the living room.
Limitless. Connect.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Video Gamers Oasis, it's artsy, but it is sort of using fear instead of desire in ads. Studies in marketing school. I guess you took marketing. Yeah, it's like... And I don't necessarily care about the fear. I know why that's not a good thing to have in ads, because you don't want people to be afraid to, and they're like, oh, I have to buy it out of fear. Yeah, it's just weird. Just a weird ad. Child naked from birth to death. Just, that wasn't it, Chief. Some people may disagree and think it's edgy and good marketing. I, as a person who considers himself fairly edgy with humor, nah.
Digital entertainment.
You guys never understood.
The company is going to
I love when Bill is angry.
face fierce competition.
Sniper!
It's a ticking time bomb.
Makes me very nervous to actually play this for you.
Xbox getting a major overhaul.
A bold vision for the future of gaming.
FOMO is a different thing than like saying like, play our console before you fucking die.
The Xbox is a breakthrough game console that
I don't even know. All kidding aside, I have to read like some study on those commercials and where like here's this really expensive console. How can we make people want to buy it? Oh, here's a doll child that's crying with the console on the other side of the room. What?
ships in fall 2001.
Most console companies start working on the next console as soon as they finish the current console. So
Richard just saw Lamar Wilson throwing his console boxes. Throwing his console boxes? What do you mean throwing them? Throwing them out? Throwing them at Shuhei Yoshida? Like, what do you mean you're throwing them out? Is he throwing them at Mark Cerny's bowl cut? What's happening?
5 years, 6 years, 7 years. So for Microsoft to go from announcing in 2000 to being on store shelves in the fall of 2001 is kind of insane.
Before Xbox landed on store shelves, the team had to run a gauntlet of very public deadlines. A hardware rollout in Las Vegas at the Consumer Electronics Show. A first glimpse of Xbox games at Microsoft's GameStock event in Seattle. And finally, an event that brought the entire global gaming industry together to see what was new and judge it mercilessly.
E3 is the biggest moment of the year for games.
Was the biggest moment of the year for games. I know it's still... It is, but it's... I kind of just totally contradicted myself, but it's definitely declining in importance. I think we can all agree with that.
For new entrants, it was really important to show up and make a good impression.
That E3 was critical for the Xbox, but you know, a lot of what you're showing is beta software and beta hardware.
Hardware that's not proven yet, or probably not even finished.
A lot of things at E3 can go wrong.
Adding pressure, the lead executive on Xbox development, Rick Thompson, had just left Microsoft, which meant Microsoft's mission to quickly deliver an industry-changing game console needed a new leader.
The idea of finding somebody else externally didn't make sense. We had a schedule that is crazy to begin with. The project just didn't.
All right, so he's throwing his cardboard book. Like, what is the? Is there a controversy around it, or are you just saying you just saw it, or are you? Did Gabe Newell rub his nipples against the boxes, and now their worth went up exponentially because they have Gabe Newell's nipple oils on them?
Didn't have the time for that. Nor did we think that somebody externally could sort of fit into Microsoft and make this happen.
Yeah, it was a strange time, man.
And so,
definitely was.
So I concluded that it was something I needed to do.
A new challenger enters.
Sort of a fateful decision, because it led to the worst 18 months of my professional career.
It's a hard project. I mean, what we were doing is something that is intensely difficult.
Robbie was the grown-up. What's Robbie's role?
We were a young group of kind of ragtag kids.
Let's go ahead and take the cars, give them 3... What the hell's that? You know, I got a demo to do up here. I don't think Robbie should be seeing this.
What we needed more than anything else was we needed an adult in the room.
I was part of Office when it was smaller, and then as it grew big.
Robbie also has a sense of propriety, and I don't think we had a sense of propriety at all.
The opportunity here way outpaces that opportunity. I think is very exciting.
He was the one inside of Microsoft that Bill Gates trusted with all the complexity and the cost and the risk involved in doing something like this.
Robbie's a good guy. People can trust him. He doesn't break his word. However, everyone who comes into games can't be prepared for what it's like, because it's an entertainment business. The software doesn't just have to work and have the right features, it has to entertain also. This is hard.
I had no clue what I was doing.
You're really fucking hard. It's what I think, especially as a kid, I always forgot, and I'm aware of it now, but every game you play, there's a lot of human beings who put a lot of work and effort into it. Games don't magically appear, you know? I know it's something very obvious, but I think subconsciously a lot of people forget that. You know? All the NASCAR games in 2000s had killer soundtracks. I never played any of them.
I didn't play games. The business model I barely understood.
We are launching an entirely new business, competing against 2 established competitors in one of the largest.
Holy gee, he sounds like the right man for the job, but okay, I guess it worked. Like, all right, who knows something about video games? What about you? I know not a fucking thing. You got the job. Like, what?
Largest entertainment industries in the world.
I was learning something new every single day. And that meant, obviously, I failed most days, too.
And I think the next 6 to 8 weeks are going to be super exciting. A little challenging.
I didn't think about how to plan for going from 20 people to 2,000 people.
We went from 4 people to a dozen people to hundreds to, honestly, thousands involved in some way with the creation of Xbox.
It was crazy. I mean, it was no time at all before I didn't know everybody in the organization anymore.
When I think about it today, it just makes my head kind of spin sideways.
Every week, I would hear about somebody I knew in the game industry that was moving up to Redmond to work for the Xbox.
We just said, this all has to get done. We need bodies. So we hired people in bulk. We brought in teams of people.
I remember thinking, this is a lot of people changing their lives for this effort. It's either got to be something that everybody believes in, and they're willing to uproot their families and get behind this initiative, or it's going to be one of the biggest cluster of all time.
It became clear that we needed our own place because we were just going to bust at the seams.
So Microsoft has this beautiful campus and all these beautiful buildings and everyone works together. We were not part of that.
We went to this campus called Millennium, which was still in Redmond, but pretty far away from Microsoft.
Part of that was we needed space, but part of it is like, we need a few miles away from main campus to get some breathing room to do something different.
What is with the skateboards? Oh my god. You could tell it's from the videos from the early 2000s. Like, yes, skateboard around the fucking office because you're edgy. Couldn't think of a better word.
We were deliberately a renegade team.
They were rebels inside of the Microsoft empire.
We were kids in our early 20s who loved video games and could not believe that Microsoft had given us jobs to go create them, and we were all kind of growing up together.
The thing about games is it's Hollywood for nerds. You have your star directors, you have your Ferrari driving rendering engineers.
Congratulations.
And after a full day of working on making games, we
Have a good night, Brandon.
would get together and play games. And there was a little bit of a weird culture of not leaving, which I think was maybe not the healthiest.
Maybe like a college dorm room kind of vibe.
Your social circle was Xbox. Your
Fentazin and friends, thank you for becoming a member.
Our family was kind of Xbox.
But we all had a common purpose.
I just realized I just burped that entire thank you to you. I'm a dick.
Spread your cheeks and just go to town.
You're getting Grandpa excited.
That is from a TCAP guy who got caught on To Catch a Predator called Stanley Kendall. He got trolled by the TCAP community, and they got some one-liners out of him that are legendary. He is a horrible person, but the comedic gold that the TCAP community got from that man is priceless. So that is where it came from.
A passion around games.
Being able to do something very different and revolutionary.
I also got this one too.
Oh yeah.
Was where you were getting our energy from.
Because we were still young, we had moments where we were like, wait a minute, like, am I the best person to be doing this?
It was definitely a whole bunch of kids making decisions above their pay grade.
You had a bunch of passionate people who weren't necessarily 100% the most qualified people to be doing the jobs.
Sandy Vagine. No.
Running as fast as they can to make this thing happen.
We were young and we were naive.
You know, I always call it the best funded startup ever.
Me in my 20s, you know, I had millions of dollars of budget, and there wasn't really any oversight. It was a little bit of the Wild West.
You know, I had to negotiate all the components that went in, hard drives, power supplies, the circuit board. Here I am, this kid, negotiating these deals that are hundreds of millions of dollars.
There were definitely some terrible decisions being made. But on the other hand, that level of freedom, you know, made Xbox happen.
What resulted was sort of a weird combination.
Perp thank yous are from the heart. That is true. Highlight of tonight, I saw a license plate frame that said, honk if you farted. Well, I would definitely be honking then. Made my night. Can I get a I don't give a shit? Of course you can.
I don't give a shit!
You get them all.
Nation of craziness and genius.
My recollection of that time was being so fascinated by watching this big company around us try to wrap its brain around what it meant to be an
Interesting. He left. When did Bungie break away from Microsoft? Wasn't it like 2011? Or would the I remember the last game they said they were making with Microsoft was Halo Reach. Under Microsoft, I should say. Danny the Foot, I apologize. It must have been gone when the stream got reset.
Entertainment break.
Let me check.
We didn't have a lot of interdependencies with the rest of the company.
It was Robbie, right, that had to go over to main campus and deal with Microsoft people.
One day, some executives came to visit the studio, and one of those people who came was Bill Gates. I showed him my cinematic tools and how I wrote scripts and how I laid down cameras in the engine. Bill spent time with Marty O'Donnell, our audio director.
Chief, whatever you're gonna do, make it quick.
Raining aliens!
It's raining aliens. The fart hole, yes. The fart hole.
Oh, Jesus, why you do this to me?
The hopes of all the Covenant rest on your shoulders, Chieftain.
He spent time actually watching Marty play some of the themes from Halo.
I can just picture Bill like sitting there. Oh, no pressure.
Dia Paz.
He went to go see our art department where one of our 3D artists was sculpting a character in clay, making a maquette. And at the end of the Bill visit, we got in a conference room, the leads of the studio, and
The Bill visit.
there was a pause. And you can see the magnificent machine that is his brain calculating down the Microsoft org chart from him at the top.
We got dangerously close to Bill's penis.
All the way down to the crazy artists in this studio in a gravel pit, literally. And Bill leaned forward and he said, "So there are artists who work here?" It really was a cultural change for the company.
Xbox was already forcing people within Microsoft to think differently, but what really mattered was changing public perception. Behind the scenes, software engineers were hard at work building Xbox's capabilities. Now, the hardware team had a chance to win over the doubters on a big stage at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas.
CES was a trade show where companies from around the world would come.
No, Bungie didn't leave Microsoft in 2007. I know they were starting to... No. Because the Bungie developed Halo Reach. Yeah. Reach? Halo Reach came out in 2010. Halo Reach for my ass cheeks and yodel.
To unveil the latest in technologies.
A lot of buying decisions when retailers got made at that show for the holiday season, and so we had a lot of proving to do. The press was skeptical, gamers were skeptical. You don't know how to do this stuff. You've never done this before. Good luck. The gaming industry is not a believer.
While Microsoft works on the insides of the new Xbox, it focuses...
God, it's such an early 2000s G4 voice.
While Microsoft works on this, we want to make sure we cater to late teens and early 20s. So everyone has to sound like this because they relate to that. Oh, shit. This is the kind of voice gamers want. Ugh.
An equal amount of attention on the outside.
I was the creative director of Xbox.
Horace Luke is the man. Horace Luke is the man.
What Horace had to do was take the thing that we had produced in hardware and then figure out some wrapping around it. First time we ever showed him, like, hey, you're gonna need to put this board that we're about to manufacture for, you know, millions of consoles into...
You gotta shove it in a box.
...something that looks good. He's like, what the
My office was where everybody brought their ideas from the technology team.
Of course, how many seltzers? I've had a big cup of coffee. And I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 seltzers and that cup of coffee. And I had virtually nothing I had chicken for dinner. Low carb chicken with no sides. Because I'm eating healthy, birds. New Year's Eve, though, I am going to drink those goddamn beers that I never got to drink, and I'm going to have nachos on New Year's Eve. Maybe gonna have some chicken on those nachos too. I gotta pee. Sing for 'em, boys. Bird Breast, Turbo Express. Bird Breast. How were they while I was gone? Were they good? Did the audience ask any questions? Did you answer super chats, or you just sat there like a fucking porcelain replica bird piece of garbage shit that you fucking are? Stop. My mom got me an HP laptop from HSN. She doesn't know any better, and it's so slow. I know if it's a Specs or Windows 11. It's probably both. Do you have nipples? Of course he does.
To the design team, to the management team.
At the time that we were building the original Xbox, there were no other consoles with a hard drive or an Ethernet port.
So how do we put something around this that vents heat, that survives a drop test, and looks cool?
You have to fit all of this, of course, into a box that's not going to be giant sitting in your living. My birthday is New Year's Eve. I'll be 27. Happy birthday. I'll have a drink. I'll have one of my Hershey's Guinness Stouts. Not Guinness, but it's Yingling Stouts in your name. That's why I was like, oh, that's because my house ordered pizza tonight, and I got home from the kids, and I was like, nah, you're not having pizza. No, I'm going to have this fairly good, but still somewhat not satisfying cauliflower crusted chicken. Why? Because I am going to have dip on New Year's Eve. I am going to have beer on New Year's Eve. I am going to have the nachos with some bird on top of it on New Year's Eve. I don't know why I'm playing this song, but until then, I'm not going to eat any shit. God damn, I love birds. Living room.
It was a constant battle between the different groups. I went through thousands of different sketches, trying to jam it and shrink it.
Pizza had pepperoni and sausage on it. I didn't have a bite of it, god damn it. I had salad too.
In every way possible into a box.
I remember him saying like, well, maybe we just got to slim it down. Like, you know, we'll just dress it in black.
Everything was very aggressive looking. The console itself was large. It was bulging on the top.
It looked like the engine cowling on a
Bill bulging on the top gates.
Dodge Hemi. It was the physical embodiment of power. Like no other console's ever been designed like this.
It was quite a miracle to fit everything in that box. Looking back,
it was fairly unattractive. Let's just keep it real.
Today, you say the thing is huge, but in comparison to the PC of the 90s,
it had sausage and pepperoni. I wanted it so bad. I'm like, but no, you're not eating the whole week. You were just going to get drunk and eat on New Year's Eve. By the way, my children's mother is going to be here with them too, so it's not like, you know, I wouldn't drink if I had my children. Let's just put it out there.
It was tiny.
It is a small miracle that we actually were able to pull this off. And it looked awesome.
The 2001 Consumer Electronics Show is packed with every new gadget and gizmo about to hit stores.
CES 2001.
Ha, PDAs. Holy dated Batman.
Can I taste your nuts? Can I taste your nuts?
Oh!
In Las Vegas.
Yeah, I'm still alive. It's not even 12 o'clock.
In the convention center hall. Bill Gates was there.
CES will actually give us a better idea of just where Microsoft is going to fit into the gaming market.
For the very first time, Microsoft was going to get to show off its final Xbox hardware design.
Good morning. Welcome to CES.
My hair looks like a bowl. Like, I'm sure he has like a stylist in the back. Like she's he or she's like, how do you want your hair, Bill? I'll just put a bowl on my head and just say a prayer.
Everybody felt like we were on the verge of doing something special, historic.
For the first time, let me now unveil Xbox.
But when you show up,
imagine Steve Ballmer was like in the clear part on the bottom, just like looking up and just looking around like, yeah!
As the third
Like
entrant
just his
into the
head was there.
space with well-established competitors, you have to break out. You have to be bold.
How do you unveil a product in a way that might surprise the world and get the
Those controllers that should have fucking zip codes.
world to see Microsoft doing something differently?
If you smell! Oh, that was his tongue. That man can lick a butthole clean. No one cares what you think about my butthole licking.
What The Rock is cooking. The Rock says
We decided to bring The Rock to CES.
There was honestly some disbelief, like, you know, Bill Gates, The Rock, like, what's going on here?
Thank you, Bill.
It was really like muscle-bound Hollywood meets, you know, gamer geek of the tech world.
Just might appear that The Rock and Bill Gates don't have a heck of a lot in common.
I have a bigger penis, though. I looked at you in the shower. Yeah, well, and now Nintendo has found a good market, man. They found a good market. Microsoft, they like it seems like they're all finding their place. It's weird. They're still competitors, and I'm glad we have the competition. It's better for the consumer. But they've all found like a good space. Review Good Spaces USA.
Well, The Rock's here to say that can't be farther from the truth. The Xbox is everything The Rock is. Cutting edge, powerful, exhilarating.
And they were funny together. Like, it actually worked.
And they looked like they were best friends.
I mean, The Rock doesn't impress easily, Bill, you know that, but I'm pretty damn
I don't know a fucking thing about you. But I'd love to try to find some pussy with you later tonight after the reveal, though.
impressed with what we're seeing here today.
No pressure.
And considering that this Xbox at this moment is only running on 1/5 of the system's power, it's very impressive. Bill, do you have any idea what The Rock would be like if he were only running on 1/5 of his power?
Well,
I think you'd be a piece of shit.
I would think that...
It doesn't matter what you think, Bill. I'm sorry, Bill. It's just a force of habit. Rock apologizes.
It went well. We showed nothing, technically, but it started to build the excitement.
We gave it 5 out of 5 stars. We really like the Xbox a lot. You throw in an 8GB hard drive, a 10100 Ethernet adapter.
8 GB hard drive. Oh, how times have changed, huh?
And you basically have the most powerful system on the block. The Xbox is really slick.
With excitement building around the console, Microsoft was under tremendous pressure to build a portfolio.
Oh no, Dicker, I want to Switch. My mom, hello, sister, having fun with it right now. With the Switch?
Of hit
I think you're
games
saying?
before the Xbox launch.
By the time they had announced that they wanted to do Xbox to the time when we needed to launch was an incredibly short period of time. We didn't really have the luxury of saying, start building a game from ground up. That was almost impossible. What we were looking for were games that were partially in development, ports already in development. We went out and started to look for developers all over the world.
A barnstorming tour across North America, Europe, and ultimately Japan to create some sort of excitement around the console and convince game developers in particular that we could be successful.
All right, boys, let's roll.
One day we presented a new idea from
Zero lighting or shadows back then, man. It's so different.
A small game publisher that had come to us and said, hey, we want to dust off one of the 2D games that we had done for PC. We're going to really invest in it. We think it's going to be really exciting.
And these newly important executives in Xbox who would review all the pitches from publishers and developers, they said, I don't think that game is going to be able to make the transition from 2D to 3D.
They felt that it was complicated. They didn't really understand the user interface. They thought that it was based on a game that hadn't been all that successful. To my surprise, it was rejected.
Wait, what?
And that game was called Grand Theft Auto 3.
Oh, oops.
It ended up selling 14.5 million units. It was the top-selling game of 2001 and would have been the top-selling game of 2002 if it wasn't beaten by its own sequel.
It was the pass heard around the industry. Despite seeing Grand Theft Auto 3 go to PlayStation, Microsoft was still well-positioned to attract other developers to its platform.
We needed a vibrant and strong third-party lineup of games that customers would love, and we wanted the industry to look at us as something that was going to be worthy of development. We wanted to have...
God, could you... Man, that could have changed shit. That could have changed if they had GTA 3, which I'm not a diehard GTA fan, but how watershed that game was. Imagine they had that as an original Xbox exclusive and Halo. Fucking forget about it, dude. Fucking forget about it.
The very best games.
On March 13, 2001, Microsoft put their commitment to developers on public display at their GameStock event in Seattle.
Thanks and welcome to GameStock 2001. What you're seeing is a sneak peek at what's to come on Xbox. We're going to start off with a game whose vision was really just too big to fit in the PS2, so we brought it over to the Xbox.
Our characters certainly aren't the muscle-bound superheroes, that we want to be.
Again, with shoulder pads. Was shoulder pads a thing again in like the early 2000s with suits?
They're more like the poor, sad schmucks that most of us really are.
Oh.
Getting Oddworld. That was important. It was an established PlayStation franchise, beloved by the console game community.
That's the last damn Gambit there is!
We had a chance to work with an amazing creator in Lorne Lanning. He did all the voice acting for his
That man has incredible hair.
own game.
So Munch had these things we called fuzzles, and they were like, me, and Munch would be like, you got to come over and do this for me. So and then Abe's like, come on, guys, let's go. And they were really vulnerable characters living in extremely dangerous worlds that you're trying to keep them alive, but when they get whacked, it's hilarious.
Next, we're really happy to announce our new relationship with one of the premier racing developer teams in the world, Bizarre Creations.
Project Gotham is a new product for Xbox. Now check out the reflections on this car. The whole environment is completely mapped to the entire surface of this vehicle.
Project Gotham Racing was based on...
So funny how simplistic it looks now, but back then this was so mind-blowing,
your style of driving as much as how fast you cross the finish line.
Developers. And like he gets out of breath and he's sweaty and he's just chanting developers. Steve Ballmer is a poet and a man.
For us, it was an opportunity to make this amazing, really accessible, fun, arcade racing game.
It's a really important part of our launch, and that was just the beginning.
Hardcore freestyle snowboarding. This is only one mountain of 7 international mountains we'll be bringing to you in AMP.
That double-ended axe is pretty wicked looking. We can tell this is a hand-to-hand fighting game.
But they didn't have giant enemy crabs.
Playing a football game, you want to kick your buddy's butt so hard he's going to wear it for a helmet.
That was just said right now. Imagine you're sitting down to play some NFL Fever with your buddy, and you look over to him really like, bro, you're gonna be wearing my ass as a helmet, motherfucker. And you're gonna be sniffing my ball sack and say, let's go.
And that's it for our show today. I hope you got to see everything that you wanted. Did you see everything? Oh, I feel like I am forgetting something. What was it? Oh, Halo. Hey, how could I forget Halo?
Hey everybody, so I'm Jason. I'm one of the co-founders of Bungie and the lead on Halo.
Bungie was a Mac-first developer. That's where they started. That's where they'd had their success with Marathon and Myth and Myth 2.
Review He-Man Screams USA?
But Bungie was also dealing with the aftermath of a catastrophe. Myth 2, one of their hottest titles, had an installer bug that could erase a user's entire hard drive. In order to fix the bug and keep the company above water and working on new games, they needed a serious cash infusion.
Apparently they had this thing called Halo. I hadn't seen it yet. Some of my guys had. They had multiple games into development, but all I wanted was this new thing that they were working on. So we did a deal and bought out the company, and they started to work on Halo.
That's really when true development began on what the game would be. When we were purchased, Halo was not a game. There was no real story. There was no real sense of what the gameplay tempo would be like. We knew it was powerful to control a space marine who moved fast and could jump into a sophisticated vehicle and, haul ass around this alien world. And that was it.
What do you think, Jason? Got something for you. See it?
People knew.
What the fuck is going on in this documentary, man?
About Halo, they knew that we'd been acquired by Microsoft, they knew about Xbox, they knew we were still working on the game. That period of getting Halo from a series of prototypes to on a disc playable by an Xbox was just a mad rush to get this game done. But there was this excitement that we had something special.
Yeah, that's a crazy... Oh yeah, by the way, we have this bug that could erase your entire hard drive. Like... Holy shit.
It makes me very nervous to actually play this for you. Welcome to Halo on the Xbox.
We started off that demo showing you flying to the land in a Covenant ship, running around the environment, getting in a vehicle, doing all those, building block Halo things. We had our test environment, what we called a B30, the island map in the middle of the water with Halo in the background. It was just fun to play. Woo! GameStock was that real first coming out party for us, and it was just that moment where I think the whole organization began to wake up to, oh, there's something really special here.
Thank you, that's it. Good night.
Xbox had made a high-risk bet on Halo. At the time, first-person shooters were considered PC games. The only right way to play was with a keyboard and mouse.
That wasn't... I mean, yes, Halo standardized the way a first-person shooter should be done, but GoldenEye would want to disagree that there wasn't first-person shooters beforehand that ran some... It wasn't the way we expect them now, and it was the first modern FPS, but there were FPSs that were successful beforehand on consoles.
At the time, people thought, well, how are you going to translate, mouse and keyboard game into a console?
Birds. His name is Keem. I thought he was Italian. His family owns Keem Farms. Do they have like a picture of Keem like holding a bushel of apples with his beard? I'd buy those apples.
Console game.
Dual stick first-person shooters had almost never been done on a console.
I remember right before the demo, Ed was very clear. He's like, hey, when you're playing, make sure that people see the controller. What we need to demonstrate is you can play a shooter with thumbsticks, maneuvering around the environment.
You can go back and you can look. Adamant blog posts that shooter games, like Doom, would never work with a game controller.
Can people actually play a first-person shooter on a controller like this? Is the audience going to accept it?
While gamers wrestled with the idea of a first-person shooter on a console, critics also keyed in on a not-so-tiny issue.
I don't like the controller. Unfortunately, it's big. I think it's too big.
The Duke, they call it.
I'm just grabbing my Duke. This is a replica made by, it was officially by Hyperkin, whoever the, yeah. This is the Duke. This is a replica of it. You didn't see my ass. I would have felt my crack. Yeah, this is what it was. It's actually, to me, because I have large gorilla hands, it's actually pretty comfortable for FPS games. I wouldn't play like platformers with it, but yeah, I totally agree that this was not the right choice for a launch controller, so don't get what I'm saying twisted. Yes, it was. Black Iron Motor Judas.
The Duke wasn't a small controller. It didn't feel cheap. I felt like you could kill somebody with it.
You had to have
yes, it did.
Gorilla
and does
hands to work with this thing. It was the industry's biggest game controller.
The Duke controller was like a newborn baby. I mean, the thing is like 9 pounds, 3 ounces. You had to kind of hug it.
As an adult with big hands, you can hold it farther back and it's really comfortable and cool.
It was done bass-ackward, as most things were on the original Xbox.
To get to that design, we kind of used the human factors ergonomic approach.
For those of us with smaller hands, we all thought, oh my God, did all these guys just sit in a room and go, oh, yeah, this is gonna be great.
It was like, oh, yeah,
No.
This is totally not gonna work.
I don't even think that men were not like, like, no, like, I don't know what they were thinking with this. It even kind of looks imposing in my hands. Doesn't it? Yeah, it kind of feels like this is like a landscape of controller. Ah, fuck it. It's still fun to use once in a while, though.
For us, and it was like, okay, this is a problem.
Perhaps we didn't take into account a full range of hand sizes.
There's no way we could ship
No, you did not.
Duke in Japan. People couldn't use it there. There was almost a plea, Carlson, you've got to find a way to make this smaller, please.
We knew it wasn't the right thing, but we didn't have enough time. E3 is coming up, and so we had to go with what we had.
On May 17th, 2001, global gaming's biggest event, E3, kicked
Yeah, it's going to end after this, though.
off in Los Angeles.
Thank you for all the viewers. I got to do more of these scheduled streams, man. Thank you so much for everyone who showed up. It was a great stream.
The E3 is clearly...
Tech TV, there's a logo that I missed, but I don't think it would be viable now anyway if it was still here. They tried to bring back Tech TV. It's just a different time, man. People go to different places for that content now,
Super Bowl, the Olympics, the World Cup, all rolled in.
Ravioli burger. You know what? That's such a stoner food, but that would so work. So much carbs. The raviolis would have to have meat in them, though.
The one for the video game industry.
For Team Xbox, it was the most important public test for their new console before a looming November launch date.
We're trying to make an impression at E3, and we don't know what hardware we're going to be able to show. And are we going to try to show a lot or a little? Should we show games at all?
We were heads down, focused on having all of our games prepped for E3, and it nearly killed us.
It's Broadway, it's opening night. You're going to read the reviews the next morning, and you're either hot or you're a flop.
I was pretty eager to get to E3 and get hands-on with the Xbox. But your first time making hardware is painful. And what you demo and what ends up on the store shelves are often very different things. And so I was really skeptical that this Xbox is going to be ready.
It's a pleasure for me to be the first to welcome you to Los Angeles for what I'm sure is going to be quite an exciting week.
So it's 8 a.m. in the morning. The hardware team is like literally using duct tape to get the box done. Sony had their event the night before and a party afterwards. This was going to be our coming out party, and we now have a hungover media group at 8 o'clock in the morning coming to see Xbox. That is not where you want to be.
We've made Xbox a reality. And you can see here, if I slide this down, Xbox itself. Now live and ready to go.
I walk out on stage and I do my first line.
And in fact, if I press this little button here on the front,
and then I, hit the magic button that's supposed to start the Xbox.
you'll see Xbox will actually start up. We can bring that video up.
And it ain't doing a fucking thing, is it?
We can bring that video up.
And nothing happens.
In the end times, ravioli will be currency.
Nothing happened.
Well, if we could bring the video up, Xbox would be live and starting and running.
I didn't know what to do, so I just went on.
So it's with great confidence that on November the 8th, in the North American market, you'll be able to go into retail stores.
In less than a year's time, you're gonna release this thing into the wild and people are gonna be able to play it and you're gonna love it. And it doesn't turn on.
It was a devastating moment.
As the hardware planner, my heart just sank.
And you'll be able to get a box just like this with Xbox in it.
It was a disaster.
A legendary sort of press conference snafu.
We had to convince the press very quickly that we had a box that worked, and we needed to get their hands on these games as quickly as we possibly could so we could wash away that moment that we had on stage.
We're very excited about that.
But the disasters kept rolling.
The Xbox wasn't done yet. The graphics hardware that they were running on was running about half the speed of what we expected the final product to be at. Basically, I'm making excuses for it was slow.
Jesus. That makes the N64 GoldenEye look like it's, or Perfect Dark, which those games ran like fucking slideshows. It's making those games look smooth right now.
Microsoft had never had a meaningful presence at E3 before. The booth was packed.
We decide to show Halo because we feel like we have to show what's going to be our key title.
In terms of the games we were working on, Halo had the biggest role. And so it was the E3.
Oof. Yo, that's like, I'm telling you, man, that's worse than like what you would see in multiplayer and fucking in GoldenEye. It's nuts.
Demo on the floor.
So many people were coming in with huge curiosity about what it was capable of, and I was completely disappointed. I'm like, the frame rate's terrible, the split screen stuff, it's kind of cool, but it just doesn't feel like it's powerful enough.
On the show floor, the unfinished game seemed to fall short of its original promise of revolutionary gameplay.
So now you have a bad...
Adam Sessler just kind of always sounds like he's really constipated while masturbating. I'm Adam Sessler, and that log I just let out gets a 3 out of 5.
Launch event, and the key title that's going to carry the day looks bad, and people start to think we're crazy. Shortly thereafter, E3, Peter Moore, he's at Sega, and he says, hey, I want to give you our feedback from E3.
That E3 was critical for Sega to stay alive.
And you did not.
In February of 2001, Sega made the decision to discontinue the Dreamcast and focus exclusively on software. Part of that transition included a huge bet to focus on making games for Xbox. But
a cucumber in his throat.
Disastrous showing at E3 from Microsoft meant danger for Sega.
As we were moving from being a first-party to a classic third-party publisher, we absolutely needed somebody like a Microsoft to get us.
Anything from APC? I'm actually going to get it, now that I have the house, and I'm going to get a whole house surge protector too. I'm still going to use surge protectors, but with how much of shit I have
through this difficult period.
And so Peter comes up to me. He looks at me and says, well, here's our feedback. Retailers aren't going to stock you, developers aren't going to develop for you, and consumers think the product's not very good and it's too expensive. I took it very personally.
Again, like, look at what Microsoft is going through. How does a company like in television stand a chance? I remember getting an Xbox Christmas of 2001. I was 10 and didn't even notice how big it was until the Xbox 360 came out. And you got to think that was they kind of cheated with that because they had the power supply outside. But if you, like my dad's a hardware engineer, if you ask him, he prefers the power supplies outside because if they go bad, just get a new one. Power supply's internal. You have to open up whatever piece of hardware it is and work on it. And it also causes more heat, which also causes other components to have their lives shortened. Fuck! Fuck. I have to piss again. I drank almost a dozen fucking seltzers and a coffee. There's nothing wrong with my prostate. There's nothing wrong. Can a man just have to pee after drinking a lot of liquid, birds? Fuck birds! You're powerful animals. Thank you.
I'm the leader of the team. It's my responsibility. It's my obligation. And I felt like I failed. This is my resignation letter to my boss, Rick Paluzzo. I wrote this on Friday, May 25th, 2001 at 2:02 a.m. It starts off, my status in Xbox, importance high. This is not going to be an easy email to write, and frankly, I've postponed doing it several times. The short summary is that my direct involvement in Xbox needs to end, and sooner than either of us would like. I think this is both in my best interest and the best interest of Microsoft.
But Bill Gates and Microsoft CEO Steve Ballmer did not accept Robbie's resignation.
This letter is a piece of shit, and you're gonna keep developing the Xbox developers. Yeah, I do not have a mathematical brain in the slightest, Strange Plains, so bless you. And thank you for being smart enough to be an engineer to help us have products to improve our lives that I'm too stupid to develop.
They just encouraged me to get it done and said, you've done a great job, keep at it, we're with you. I mean, there wasn't much more they could say, right? There's no advice they could give me. They were too far away to say, hey, go do this. The only person who could figure that out was me. I never told anybody on the team. Rick and Steve and Bill. They're the only people that ever knew. That gives you the sense how personally challenging it was for a person who hates losing.
Electronic Arts, it's one of the biggest game makers in the world, and its CEO, Larry Probst, was quoted in the Financial Times as saying this, that Microsoft has a lot to do over the next few months. They are on a death march now.
I don't think anybody had an easy ride to launch.
All we're thinking about is getting the device done so that we can make launch day. If you didn't have console units on retail shelves for a holiday, you missed a year. That holiday was vital.
Yeah, because that's when a lot of people, I mean, obvious shit is obvious, but that's when a lot of people buy their consoles, man. They won't buy them the rest of the year. It's either you buy it on a holiday or GTFO. Boys.
There were a lot of late nights. We were trying to engineer and design something that we'd never done before.
We're building the technology, we're building the hardware inside.
The Xbox circuit board is about yay big. It had probably in the order of 800 parts.
Parts of the Xbox were coming from all over the world.
Like Hungary and Mexico.
You know, there were people who went and lived in China in a hotel room for weeks on end.
We would be flying back and forth with hard drives to get stuff back to test.
Microsoft had never shipped a console before. It turns out there's a lot of regulation everywhere in the world. You had to be certified by the right agency and approved.
Their approval took longer than we expected. Parts wound up getting delayed from suppliers.
It was every day, come into the office, see a fire, try to put the fire out.
We were tracking the hardware, tracking the components, tracking our launch dates at such an accelerated pace.
It was chaotic.
Chaos, total chaos.
People themselves were doing Herculean things.
We would sleep at the office.
This was all happening in real time.
It had just never been done before.
Xbox was the toughest job I will ever have, or have ever had. I will never do it again.
Every day was a challenge, both sort of technically and professionally, but also personally.
You know, you were lucky if you had a personal relationship that survived launch. Mine did not.
It's kind of like you're on this horse that's bucking and you're thinking, okay, is this ever gonna stop or will
And it just, like, that's what I'm saying, man. Again, Microsoft had this much trouble.
this be the end of me?
8 to 12 weeks before launch. We're coming in way hotter than anyone expected to.
We doubted whether the hardware's gonna be done in time. We're not sure any of the games are gonna be done in time. The ship is still on fire, the plane hasn't landed, all the metaphors for crashes you can think of. But in the end,
That's the most 2000 game simulated plane crash ever.
that team believed.
There's no second try at the Xbox. So this was a Hail Mary culture. And if we were able to succeed, it was going to be absolutely epic.
It's a touchdown.
November 15th, 2001. Xbox was released in Times Square.
And Bill handed out the first box.
Mr. Bill Gates.
We painted.
Yeah, I'm absolutely staring at her titties. You just, come on.
Times Square green. Everywhere you looked, you saw the Xbox green logo.
Xbox was up on all these big billboards. One of those moments in your life you're never going to forget. Here we are, a huge line of gamers down the street waiting to buy this Xbox.
20 years old, first time going to the city alone. I get on a bus and I show up in Times Square. I go straight to the new Toys R Us and I'm looking for the line. I'm prepared to stay there all day.
We worked with the city to open up the WWF restaurant.
Was 20 years old then, still thinks he's 20 years old now.
Across the street from
You soft modded your shit?
Toys R Us Times Square, and that's where all the gamers came first.
They have Xbox consoles set up everywhere. It pretty much just allowed all the gamers to hang out and play and test out all these games.
Bill wanted to be on site. He wanted to help hand over the first console.
Bill Gates is down at a gaming system, shook my hand and said, "You ready to play?" And then we were playing Fusion Frenzy. And Bill Gates made a comment that he had actually taken 2 weeks off of work just to...
Where's Crap Gamer keeping that same energy?
...practice this game.
He's actually a little dressed more mature back then than he is now. It's like he's literally stuck in that, like, he's like, all right, yeah, I bought this in 2001. Let me make sure that, like, I never lived through the other 20 years and I'm still stuck in 2001.
To beat the gamers.
That's the first thing I thought. I did see this part. That was like he still looks like he's stuck in that era. It's just strange how some people, like I know people like that from my high school that still think it's 1999 and like Wu-Tang Forever just came out 2 years ago. Like it's like, come on, man.
Does anyone know what the shoot button is? A, I think. A? Let's check.
He couldn't beat me. I absolutely took pleasure in beating Bill Gates, yes.
Thank you for this. I'm waiting a long time.
Thank you for being Bill.
Everybody got a tag on their wrist, and when your color was called, we brought you across the street to Toys R Us, and Bill was there to hand out the very first Xbox.
Tonight's kind of a celebration. It's after a lot of hard work.
So they count down. Bill Gates has it rung in on the register. Price is up there, $299.99.
4, 3, 2.
One hits and he hands me the box and says, "Don't worry, I'm buying it for you." And I turn around with even more excitement and raise my prized possession over my head.
Edward Glucksman became the first gamer in the world to ever own an Xbox.
How awesome would it be if you wrote "no pressure" though in the box?
It was a magical night.
I'm a 20-year-old
Bill is a magical man.
kid looking for a console. That's all I wanted to do. First time going to the city alone, I managed to get sent home in a limo.
It's a celebrity. Every night. That's right.
They actually did.
He looked like he dressed more mature back in like 2001 than he does. It's just so weird.
Did it. You know, Microsoft actually built and delivered this thing.
The feeling was like, you know, crying level of exhaustion and intense pride for the thing that we had made.
There's never been a prouder moment in somebody's early career. You know, I still have goosebumps today thinking about it.
I tell people that faith is a force multiplier.
Edward Glucksman.
That team believed. And because that team believed, Xbox got done. If that team doesn't believe and they're just there doing their jobs, we never finish.
That small group of big personalities managed not
Damn, she was there for 24 years. Holy shit. Jesus.
only to convince Bill Gates and the board that we wanted to get into this nascent industry, but they also managed to get an entire organization of game people created and pointed in the right direction.
Get on the subway. The whole station is covered in Xbox logos. I had to sit down and started to cry, and even Kevin got emotional.
It was an impossible task that we should not have been able to do. I was tremendously proud of it. But at the same time, that was the end of that special moment in time that we were all able to be part of. It was the end of an era.
With the Xbox out of their hands and into living rooms around the world, Kevin Backus and Seamus Blackley left Microsoft for new adventures in the game industry.
Microsoft Xbox went on sale
I don't know how much he got paid to get this box off the ground.
at midnight, but when it comes to video games, it's not the system that counts, it's the games.
Nobody actually really cares about the hardware. All they care about is the content.
To be successful, you have to give the gamers that platform-defining title that you have.
God, that looks so dated now. It's just crazy that was so, like, mind-blowing back then.
Had to go out and buy an Xbox if you wanted to play.
Halo was like this gem, like this was going to be the diamond we offered up at Xbox launch.
But remember, Halo showed up at E3, 6 months before the game was supposed to launch, with pretty serious frame rate issues.
Why is it pretty serious? That, I mean, that's a. It was catastrophic frame rate issues.
Is it running like internet video from the early 90s?
Could you imagine any game showing up running like that now from any studio? Demolished. Demolished.
We got hammered for how it showed up on the floor.
This is our lead title. Are we going to actually launch something that is this terrible game?
I think there was a bunch of panic. People didn't see what they expected.
That was the part where people actually got super worried.
Damn right you need a bird, Gabriel.
There was an incredible amount of pressure on Halo. If Halo wasn't a hit, then the future of Xbox really was in doubt.
All right, that was a hell of a stream. 4 fucking hours. Oh, fuck all of you, man. Definitely be a stream tomorrow. May not be a video. I'm going to work on some stuff like behind the scenes and start getting some footage together. So when Jay gets back, he has his work ahead of him. Him and the bird. The birds are going to put him to work too. So, but definitely be a stream. If there's a news story that I deem is worthy, which there probably won't be this time of year. So I'll see you tomorrow with a stream. Me and the boys will be back. Have a good evening.